Hello everyone, welcome to the Dorks in Danger session on a Sunday instead of a Saturday, which is weird, but fine, but great. We're all, here, and some of us are tired, and some of us are wired, and that's great. The only announcement that I have is that we will not be playing next weekend, but we'll figure out what goes on past then. Either way, no more delay, let's get right in and play Crucible. Take it away.
Can't tell me what to do.
Well, it's fine, I just set up a whole rhyme for you, but no, whatever.
Look at me, I'm the DM now.
I am the captain now.
Play.
All right.
Play the intro song. No song?
I don't have an intro song.
Rhos?
No Rhos?
Dorks in danger! Dorks in danger!
Cool. You think?
Just
All
like
right.
that.
I need that to get in the mood.
I think it gets worse every time, you guys.
By the end, it's just gonna be all over the place.
It's okay. So will we.
That much is true.
Last time we left off, the party, the now anointed Hell Riders with 1L,
1L.
they fought and defeated a terrifying creature in the Pockmark Arena and Baldur's Gate, winning a sizable sum of money. Upon leaving the arena, they were tailed by a shadowy group who they suspected at first were after the now large sum of money and coin that they had on their persons. It turns out that after the group attacked them and they were handedly defeated, that they were sent by a Rivelin Blackhand, the proprietor and owner of Sorcerer's Sundries, which the party had now gone to a few times and purchased a number of potions and magical objects. Deciding that it would probably be best that they return to the Elfsong Tavern as soon as possible, the party returned to relax and recover from their bout and finally consider leaving Baldur's Gate. But before they left the arena, Rue was approached by a figure in the crowd, who simply told her to meet them at a place called Tumbledown, a small district just outside the city walls. Easily enough to get to, the gates were accessible even though the city was supposed to be on lockdown. Rue followed a path along, going through the town, and then down through a small mausoleum into what appeared to be a cliff-side pathway leading to some... Oh shoot, I forgot the name of the word again. Coves. There we go.
Caves.
To some seaside coves and a cave where she met werewolves. A group that had been apparently living here in Baldur's Gate for some time. They had recognized something in Rue that is similar to themselves, and wished to help her with some of the things she battles with internally. She imbibed it in some sort of concoction, and then went through a sort of dream sequence where she fought with another part of herself, before finally her vision seemed to just cloud over and blacked out entirely. Back at the Elfsong Tavern, the rest of the group, not knowing Rue had left on her own, simply relaxed, with the two kobolds seemingly scheming to go take a look at the Sorcerer's Sundries and see if they could find anything of interest and find out perhaps why Rivelin Blackhand had sent a group to attack Theraden specifically. And that's where we left off. So, we're here at the Elfsong Tavern. What are you guys doing?
Where I think Theraden was in his room sleeping.
I am
right?
trying to get a night's sleep so I can wake up in the morning and get the hell out of here.
Who else is basically where? I mean, Gasz and Kip are probably in the dragon room. Or somewhere in the...
Yeah. Kleeck was at the front door.
Kleeck at this point would have probably pulled up a nearby chair to kind of relax. But he's not moving much. He might be asleep. Still in his suit of armor, just feet up on a table.
What a guy.
What a guy. Where's Nor?
I think Nor was vibing like on the windowsill
That's right. He
with
was having a little smoke.
pipe.
Hmm.
Yeah.
All right. I
So he's
remember.
in the smoker's room. So it's just the kobolds on their own then.
It's just the kobolds.
What a dangerous proposition.
Oh, no. So, yeah, Gasz and Kip probably in the Green Dragon room still, having a conversation about. I mean, Kip approached Gasz about going to Riverlands, and Gasz, as his friend, agreed to help him out. And before going, he's just asking Kip, "Do we have any plan on going
Well,
to?"
Well, you have lockpicks and stuff, right?
Oh,
Just going in through the window. Probably. I don't know. I usually don't break into houses.
oh, I think this might be more difficult than you might think, because it's not merely a house. You know, there's the rule that you don't just break into a wizard's place. It is very dangerous and usually takes a lot of preparation. And I think since everybody looks to leave in the early morning, we can check out the place if you like. But I don't think without like a plan or something, it might be pretty difficult to get in and pretty dangerous.
Well, I mean, I never heard of that rule, but if you say so, I mean, what do you propose then? Should we not? I mean, he tried to kill us, or at least Theraden.
Oh yes, tried to kill Master Omenseeker. I wonder why he doesn't seem to care much about that. I mean, he wants to leave especially in the morning.
He seemed to be a bit of a chicken, if you know what I mean.
Gus gives you confused looks.
Well, he doesn't. What I mean is he doesn't really.
Do you think he's scared?
I don't know. Perhaps.
Oh,
Maybe. Why else would you not confront someone who's trying to kill you?
that is a good point. Maybe we should ask him.
Well, guess we could.
Also, there is another thing I wanted to do, and it might take me the whole night, so...
What is it?
Oh, you know, in the arena, the creatures that they sent out fighting, I kind of felt really sorry for them. It is a terrible fate being locked up in a cage, you know,
Well,
having to do what someone wants you to do, having to risk your life. I wonder if we could free them.
letting loose some wild monsters into the city. Well, it sounds like fun. I guess. If it's so important to you.
I wanted to talk to Master Nor about it, because I feel like he was very upset about it himself. And I do have an idea.
Well, if you have an idea, I guess it's better than to go unprepared into a wizard shop if you say it's so dangerous.
It
Well,
might be very
Philip-
dangerous.
let you be in charge of that in that case. So what do you wanna do?
I would like to talk to Master Nor, and maybe we should also talk to Master Omen Seeker if he is interested in going to this Rivelin and maybe, I don't know, settle the score. And if he doesn't want to, maybe we shouldn't do it in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's talk to Nor first. Because and don't say a word to Theraden because he probably wants to talk us out of it.
Because he's scared?
I think he just want to avoid trouble.
Oh, maybe you are right. So yeah, guess we'll leave the dragon room, the green dragon room, and look for Nor. We'll probably find pretty quickly in the smoking lounge. Is he alone in there, or is there somebody else smoking at, I don't know, what is it, 2 a.m. in the morning?
It's very late in the morning right now,
Yeah.
so there's probably no one else. There's a handful of patrons in the main sort of seating area that are just, talking quietly amongst themselves and still having a late night drink, but the smoking lounge itself is empty aside from Nor.
That is good. So yeah, guess we'll enter it. Just take a look around if someone else is there, and if they get the place for themselves, and if it's rather, secluded enough that you can talk without worrying too much that somebody will listen on you.
There's a door. It's got a door that opens, so you can close the door, or the door that closes. You can close the door behind you as you
Yeah.
enter the room.
Will
The
do.
entire front of the wall, facing towards the street, is mostly glass window, with a bit of the green light of the lanterns outside in the streets kind of spilling into the room, lighting it up a bit, along with a handful of candles and things.
Mhm.
Still lit late into the night.
Very good. Yeah, entering the room.
Yeah.
Master Nor, what are you doing? Are you sitting there, vibing, smoking?
Ah, wow, you surprised me. Oh, you caught Nor in the middle of smoking, like taking a puff, and
okay.
he coughs.
I guess probably just appeared like right beside him.
That's what I figured.
Bold appears.
Master Nor, and then just right there at his side. Yes. What's going on?
Oh, I and Kip, we were thinking, the animals in the arena. I felt pretty sorry for them, and I felt like you did too, and I kind of got a plan on how to free at least one of them. And if you don't want to, if you don't like the idea of it, then we don't have to do it, because I don't know, it's probably not something that is very, very lawful to do. I was thinking about Master Omen Seeker got me this letter from this, what's its name, Cabrin Reds.
Cabin Reds, yep.
Yeah, and it has his handwriting and signature, and I was thinking about maybe forging some sort of document that will make them free the animals, but I really don't know what to write, to be honest. So I was wondering if you have any ideas.
While Gaz is saying this, Nor's eyes widen a little bit in perhaps a pleasant surprise, raises an eyebrow, listens with intent to this idea, and first thing he says is, well, the thing about the laws of some lands is that they're not always right. So sometimes they're worth breaking.
Breaking the law. Breaking the law.
And he kind of pauses and thinks. I do think that your idea, perhaps we cannot free all the animals in captivity because it's a bit much for us to handle, but we can do what we can. Which creature did you have in mind to free?
I think the only one that we know about is the owlbear. And also it seemed like that they were controlling the owlbear with some sort of device. And I don't know if there's any other creatures, and I think since we want to leave early in the morning, at least like everyone seems to want to do that, especially Master Omen Seeker. We probably don't really have time to really scout out the place and do more than that.
That's true. Nord takes a hand to his chin and like strokes it in thought about this. What were we saying, Kibnaak?
Wouldn't they keep all the animals in one place? Perhaps it won't be too hard to free them all after all. But I don't know.
Gasz gives a shrug. I was looking for where they kept them, but I think I got an idea. But I have no idea how the place looks like. And if they have many more animals, and how hard or easy it would be to free them. I mean, they're wild creatures after all. I think they're kind of dangerous. And he gives a look to Nor as looking for affirmation, or because he probably knows better.
Having thought about this a little bit, Nor thinks, well, I think you're on the right track with forging this letter from Kebran Reed.
Reds.
Or Reds, sorry.
Close enough.
Kebran Reds. Rewind time. What if the letter's contents were merely to tell the animal keepers that perhaps someone has purchased the owlbear and that they will take it and like transport it or meet like outside of the gate, like to collect it. That way we avoid all the chaos of simply freeing the owlbear right then and there, but we manage to accomplish our goal all the same in a more discreet way.
Gasz is thinking about that. And eventually he answers, I think this might actually be a good approach. I don't think we can free all of them. This would raise a lot of suspicion. And I do suppose it will just end up with a lot of people, including these creatures, dying in the end.
That is true. Yes. Sometimes justice is a gradual thing.
So
We do what we can.
you think I should create a letter saying to deliver that creature to the Basilisk Gate for us to pick up?
I think that's a good idea. I wonder if Theraden might have the words, like the style like to phrase it in such a way that we can do this. I wonder, do you think that he would approve of our plan, given that it's not too risky?
I do think that he is suspecting it because he helped me getting the letter from Cabrin Reds in the first place.
That's true. Maybe we should involve him.
I agree.
Okay. So Nor gets up off his. Well, first he empties the burnt tobacco in his pipe out the window, cleans off the inside with a rag, places it back in like one of his waste bags, and gets up off the sill and joins Gasz and Kibnaak to search out for Theraden.
Yeah, I think we're going to make our way right up the stairs and gonna knock on his room.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Poor
I'm going to hammer against the door.
What
Oh my god.
do you want?
Master Omen Seeker,
Yes.
can we enter?
Why?
We wanted to ask you something. It is better to talk about this in private.
Put some pants on, we need your help.
I'm not naked.
I'm never wearing pants. Sorry.
You just hear some heavy thumps of his feet hitting the floor as he stands up, and the door opens a moment later with the sound of a chair sliding away first. And
My apologies,
a sleepy
Master
dragonborn
Roman
puts his
Seeker.
face on, like, what? Do you
My
guys know-
apologies, Master Omen Seeker, but time is a little bit of the urgency for something that Gasz has in mind that he glances over at Gasz and then back at you and says that I approve of.
He reaches up and pulls his glasses off and just kind of opens the door and walks back to sit on the bed. Fine.
Houdini
talk.
kind of scampers into the room after you guys, who's
Oh.
been sort of hanging around the tavern.
Hi, buddy. I'll just pat the bed to get the cat to jump up on it.
Tressum hops up, and comes up next to you, and just purrs lightly.
I'll just pet him and look at the three and nod for them to come in. Just close the door.
Gus enters. He looks kind of guilty at first, kind of hesitant to tell you about the plan, because he made the experience that you probably never approved too much of unlawful approaches, but he will give you the rundown of it, being like that. They want to free the owlbear, and they want to forge a letter stating that the group basically bought the owlbear. Not that we bought the owlbear, but that in very short terms, probably something just like, owlbear sold, delivered to Basilisk Gate, for us to pick up in the early morning.
So, you want to free a fairly dangerous animal roughly within the city limits?
Yes.
No.
It is going to be outside the city.
The Basilisk Gate is still within part of the city, technically. It's still a ways before we can get out. You really want to bring an owlbear with us for a distance until we're away from the city to set it free? I admire this plan. I'm no fan of keeping monsters in cages to fight men, but doesn't that strike you as a little dangerous?
It is a little dangerous, yes. But I was also thinking that they control the creature with some sort of device, and maybe we could also get that, and maybe you would be able to use it because you can do magic yourself, and that would make it less dangerous.
You do make a fair point that we wouldn't want to release the creature right outside Basilisk Gate, but I don't see there being any harm in having the creature travel with us for a time if, as Gasz says, we can control the creature. And after all, they are in the wild, so.
Well, it is a 10-day journey to get to Candlekeep. There's plenty of places we could let a creature like that loose.
Exactly.
Does that mean you want to help Master Omen Seeker?
Yes.
Because
will help you.
Because ears perk up. You saying that, and he seems pretty happy.
As long as you promise me that we are leaving at first light. First thing in the morning, the moment I find Mr. Fisk, we're out of here.
We can do that. I promise.
Good.
There's nothing else that I wish to do, and the only thing that we need to do in order to deliver this letter is something I can handle.
Well, you all are capable of dealing with that. I'm going to stay barricaded in here for the night, just in case, more people try to kill me.
Yeah, what about that shopkeeper?
It's part of the reason I'm trying to leave.
I don't understand. Like, he wanted to kill you.
He wants to take
Are you
this
running?
magical item back. I'm not running, I'm making an opportunistic escape. We dealt with his
Well,
first group of hitmen, and I am clearly not welcome in this city, and there's not been that much work for me here. So I think it's time to move on. Don't really need monster hunters in a city full of monstrous men. Else I'd be here all year.
Why wouldn't you confront him about it? I don't understand.
When you've been around for as long as I have in a business that often has a lot of people trying to kill you for getting their money back or to not pay you, you get a bit desensitized to it. I don't have the patience nor the time to seek retribution on every single individual who's wronged me. But I know I'm good enough to leave and escape without them ever having to hurt me. And I know I can get away where they'll never find me. So no, I don't plan on going back to Mr. Rivlin.
Well, maybe if you would punch back instead of running, people would stop sending people after you.
I'm pursued by more than men, so I'm not completely unused to it, and believe me, men are the least of my worries out there. As long as we get out of this city, everything will be fine. Candlekeep is far away and a fortress, from what I've heard, so it's unlikely.
What if you ever want to go to Baldur's Gate again?
Why would I ever want to come back here?
Guess doesn't know an answer to that.
I was only supposed to be here for one night, and then I was going to leave. The only reason I've been here for however many days we've been here is because of you. And I wanted to help all of you. And now that our goals are no longer within the city, we should leave. I will help you with this last thing, though. I am not one to watch creatures like this suffer.
On that topic, is there anything that you would particularly write or say in a letter from stops RPing to look up the character's name because I forgot again.
Captain
Reds.
Reds.
Ebron
Kevin
Reds. Would you happen to know, perhaps, the right things to say with regard to official orders to release the creature as a transaction and have it transported to the gate?
Well, why don't we say this? Perhaps the guild that I'm from has heard wind that there's a endangered owlbear species in this region and wishes to move them, such as to preserve them, not keep them in captivity.
If you don't mind me making a suggestion,
Of course.
stuff like that is the more in detail you go, the more suspicious it does become. So maybe we should just keep it very short.
Well,
Maybe
then,
we should just deliver a letter to whoever is handling the animals, the creatures, and whoever is responsible for tending to their cages, that the owlbear was sold, not saying to whom, not saying why, and that it's supposed to be delivered to the Basilisk Gate at noon,
at
if
noon.
that is okay. At sunrise. I wanted to say sunrise.
Yes, that'll do. And if they do show up and have more questions, I'll handle speaking to them, maybe. I can put on my airs of officiality.
That
like a
sounds
plan
pretty
to me.
good.
You can forge your letter and do your delivery. I'll continue trying to get my rest.
Yes, you get your sleep, Theraden.
You
Thank you
all
for
should please do
giving
the
us your time.
same. Don't be exhausted on our first day out in the wild.
Gus gives a nod. Master Roman Seeker, do you think if you were to get this device they use to control the bear, do you think you could use it?
He puts his glasses back on and just kind of smokes. If it's magical, no matter what it is, I can definitely figure it out.
Gus gives a nod.
We'll make it work.
All right, I will try to create a letter.
Best of luck to all
Thank
of
you.
you.
Thank you, Master Omitsiko.
I will see you all in the morning.
Nor nods and I suppose leads the kobolds out of the room and closes the door behind them.
You hear the sliding of wood and something jam against the door again, and the door handle kind of wiggle a little as he re-barricades it and flops back down in bed, now with a cat.
Who do you need to stay in the room with you?
Yes.
Gus is saying to Kip silently, I am not sure, but I did get the impression that he's maybe a little scared.
Yeah. I don't know. Who knows what happens in his past? But yeah, I don't know. If that would happen to me, I would probably smash the place to bits. If I'm honest, nobody is messing with me.
Gus gives a nod. I can see that. I would not mess with you, Kip.
Well, don't worry. We kobolds, we stick together.
Don't worry, you two. I wouldn't mess with either of you. Not too much, at least.
Only a little.
Unless you get yourselves into trouble. Then.
Oh,
So, yeah, Gus will I guess look out for a sort of private space. Maybe the Green Dragon room. Does
Yeah,
it have a
Green-
door as well?
But yeah, all the Green Dragon room also has a door you can shut.
Okay.
And it
So
is
yeah.
empty.
Great. So would go in there, lock the door, get out his forgery tools, and then he would start writing a letter. Like he would take the letter from Captain Reds and study it thoroughly first, getting a feel for his style of writing, for his handwriting,
Okay.
looking at the signature, making
So
some.
what do you write? What is the in general? What is the what are you trying to put in the letter? That there's
So-
the guild that they're just trying to purchase it.
It's gonna be very short. It's
Okay.
basically just saying, "Owlbear sold. Delivery to new owner at the Basilisk Gate on sunrise, including control device." And it's gonna be signed, Captain Red.
Cameron Reds.
Yeah.
Red.
Reds.
All right. Go ahead and give me a forgery kit.
Oh god, it's the first roll of the day. I'm
All
so
hinges on that. Oh wait, can I do? No, I can't do.
You can.
You can do guidance. Yes.
Guide
I
me.
can. Okay,
Guide-
guidance. Please, anything.
What attribute is going to be
I
forgery?
believe forgery kit is dexterity.
Guess it can be
let me-
dexterity or intelligence, whatever you like.
I'm gonna say dexterity for this.
Very good, because I'm better at that. Okay,
I
so
would say you don't need as much because you have a piece of writing that's very clear to you work from. So it's just more of your ability to replicate it.
okay. All right, so I'm getting guidance. That's an additional D4, I believe.
That is
correct.
correct.
Cool. So that's an 11 plus 6 is 17 plus a
Oh, thank
D4
God.
is 19 in
Very
total.
good. It takes you about an hour. But you believe that you've in the end produced a piece of writing. An hour. This was an hour between studying and actually producing the small letter.
Mhm.
You believe you've created a piece that is fairly convincing of having been written by Kebran Reds. Definitely enough to fool the average person. Maybe someone with very keen eyes might be able to pick out some minor errors, but definitely not everyone.
Very good. And I'm gonna show it to Noah once it's done.
Well, it looks convincing enough to me. Good job.
Oh, thanks, Master Noah. I tried my best.
It's evident.
So, how do you think we should get it there? Maybe we should infiltrate the place and
Yes, I feel like trying to infiltrate the place as ourselves would be difficult. Perhaps not for you. So we can either. I'd say we should probably leave this letter like somewhere, like in the animal keepers. I don't know what it would be, like their gathering room or something. Like on a table, or perhaps like in front of the owlbear's cage. I'm not sure.
we would need to be lucky for him to find it.
Don't you think someone is still there who is keeping watch?
There might be people, but at this time probably not many.
It's true. And we don't want to deliver a letter directly to someone because they'd probably wonder who we are.
They might know who we are. I think a lot of
Yes,
people
I
saw us
think-
that day.
I think we're our notoriety's on the high end right now.
So, should we just enter the place? I think I could be able to find a way in there through the undercellar of the city. It is a network of tunnels that is basically stretching all over the wide and under the arena. There might be a way into that place again.
You know the city far more than I do, Gasz, so I trust you. And if there are perhaps some locations where we can enter that are even too small for you, I can transform into some animals. It is possible that I could get the letter in there that way.
Gus seems pretty surprised by that. You can transform into animals?
Yes, it's a druid thing.
Oh. That is pretty amazing.
Yes, I haven't had much of a reason to do so yet, and it's not quite something that even I am used to. But in this case, I feel like maybe it could be of use. But we will see when we investigate how to infiltrate the place.
First, we have to get there. So maybe we should go now.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are heading out back to the arena then?
Yeah, so, I guess entering through, like, the main gate around this time is probably not a thing that is possible, so guess we'll certainly trying to find his way through the undercellar if that's possible.
Okay. So just to exploit this process, you guys make your way through the dark of the night, through the streets.
Mhm.
I'm not going to make you make a check or anything. You know for sure of one entrance that you can use, and that was the one that was shown to you when you were originally looking for, I believe it was
A fence, yeah.
a fence. Yes. You know one entrance there that does lead into the tunnels underneath the wide into the undercellar. And that was behind just a merchant's stall that was set up in the arena. Who was kind of built around some kind of like ruined building that was in the wide. So you can make your way back there, and the entrance is there before you, but it is locked. Can you make a thieves' tools check for me?
I will.
I will do guidance as well. That's something
Yep,
I can do.
you can definitely guide him. Any
Always
skill check?
guide.
Thanks. Be my guide. That is a pretty good one. It's a 1925 plus
Easy.
guidance. Okay.
Easy enough. You easily
I want to see what I get. 26. Okay. Just wanted to see.
You basically just wave your hand over the lock and it just unlocks.
Wow.
At least that's what it looks like for Kibnaak and Nora. It just looks like you didn't even do anything. It just unlocked itself.
Nora's just like, wow.
So easy enough. You are brought. You find the same entrance down into these sort of underground tunnels in these limestone sort of style carved tunnels underneath the wide. There's no one around, and you know the general direction because you're very close to the Pockmark Arena. You know the general direction you need to walk in order to head there. So I'm not gonna make you make a check or anything there. You go through the dark tunnels. Luckily, it doesn't seem like there isn't anyone around at this point. These tunnels, are now frequented mostly by the unsavory type who are trying to do, less than nice type of business in the city. But it looks fairly clear. You make your way towards the arena, and eventually you come across a grate, which it's fairly rusty. And sure enough, with the three of you, you can easily pry it open, and it leads out into a space which looks familiar. And you go like, yeah, no, this is definitely This is definitely one of the tunnels you went through when you were underneath the arena, heading into the fight pit itself.
Great. So we're in.
You are in. You are underneath the arena. The hallways here are lit occasionally by a sconce with a torch in it. But beside that, it is fairly dark.
So, yeah, I guess we are going to look for because we had a pretty successful perception check before, kind of like smelling like animal feces and stuff at one point. So that coming out of like one
I'll say
tunnel.
you can generally retrace your steps to the point where you saw that one tunnel.
Yeah.
And you do find it. I'm gonna need a stealth check though now if you guys are trying to remain stealthy here.
Of course.
In order to maintain subtlety.
Kip, do your best.
I'll give y'all guidance for that.
You only got one person.
Oh,
Give
one
it-
person.
you only got
I'll do
one
for
person.
Kibnaak then.
Yeah, please give it Kip.
So what
Stealth check. Stealth check.
boy.
You got this.
All right, 21.
Ooh.
Wow, nice.
Good.
Mine is actually only a 13.
Whoa.
And
Oh!
+4, right?
Well, add,
The-
roll a d4.
Add a 1d4, so roll.
I mean a d4. Yeah. 12.
Oh boy.
This is going well.
Okay. You guys think you're being mostly quiet, nor you're really feeling it tonight. You're finding your groove and you're going like, yeah, I'm being real quiet. And then every once in a while you just hear one of the kobolds trip or yelp as they step on each other's tail for a second, or step on each other's tail for a moment. But doesn't look like anyone noticed you. As you retrace your steps and you follow down that path and you get that familiar scent of like, of just animals, and you smell that like that feces smell coming from this particular tunnel. After a short minute or so, you kind of hook around in sort of a curving pathway, which you could probably guess this is probably curving around the edge of the arena itself. And you come into some of like a circular chamber. And there you see in the center of the room is a large table with numerous just random documents seem to be scattered upon it, and a single man, looks like human, and sort of plain looking clothes, but has that typical vest that you saw some of the workers here that worked at the Pockmark Arena the day before wearing. Seems to be passed out, asleep, with what appears to be several bottles around him. I will say, let's see your passive perceptions. Gasz, with your passive perception, you definitely notice that there are a lot of curtains surrounding this circular chamber, and they're tall curtains. The ceiling here is maybe 30-40 feet tall, and they just drape down almost to the ground, and you can just barely make out the sounds of just like deep breaths and sometimes occasionally guttural noises coming from behind all these different curtains. You probably assume that behind those curtains are likely the holding cells for whatever creatures they have here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gasz is silently approaching Nor and Kip, being like, do you think it would be best to just place the letter in front of him?
Nor leans down and puts a hand on Gaz's shoulder and says, if there's anybody who I trust to do that, then it's you.
Gasz looks up and gives a nod. He's pretty confident in general, sneaking around. So I will place it in front of him. So hopefully he sees it when he wakes up. So yeah, he would take the letter and. Or would you put it on a cage? No, that's not a good idea. I'm gonna put it in front of him. I'm gonna put it right on the table.
Just put it right on the table?
Yeah.
Right. Easy enough. With your previous stealth check, though it wasn't great, this individual is drunk and passed out. So you almost can casually walk up and he doesn't even seem to stir a bit as he just snores away. And you place your forged letter right in front of him on the table in clear view.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it in a, I don't know, sort of casual way, not like putting it like in the middle, but just like as if someone would have just like tossed it there, like as
Okay.
if Kevin or whoever delivered it would have seen him passed out and just being like, whatever.
All right. Easy
Okay.
enough.
Do I see do I see any of the control devices they used to control the creatures? Is there like only like maybe a singular device, or is there like more of them, or are they even here in the first place?
I'll make a perception check.
Oh no, it's so bad. It's a 10.
10. You look around. You don't see any of those collars anywhere, but you do take notice that the individual passed out on sort of on like his hip attached there seems to be some sort of strange device, and you recognize it to be the same one that was the individual when they were bringing the owl bear back in had been holding when they subdued it and brought it back inside.
So that individual that brought the owlbear back in the day before, was that this guy, or was it an entirely different guy?
No, the one you see here is not the same as the one you saw before.
Okay,
so you could probably ascertain that they have more than one of these devices.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to know. So, yeah, so I'm gonna stick to the original plan and hope that they deliver one of these things with us. So if I don't see like a spare one around here,
you do not, only the one on his waist. You don't see any others in the immediate area with a 10, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would sneak back to the group.
Okay, easy enough. Your letter is planted. Are you guys heading back, or is there something else you're going to be doing here?
I'm just gonna tell them that I only saw one of these control devices, and I don't know if there are more. So
We just have to hope they'll have the reason to provide it to us. I'm sure they will.
I mean, you wrote it on the letter.
Oh,
right?
you wrote it on the letter, right? That you said with
Yeah.
the control device?
I did, but
Okay.
maybe if it was like a singular thing to control all the animals, they would just be like, no, we're not gonna give you that. So we'll see. Maybe we get one, maybe we don't.
Okay.
So yeah, with that, I guess would be okay to leave and lead everybody out again through the undercellar.
Kibnaak or Nor, are you doing anything else here?
No, I was merely as backup with him in case something went south.
Awry.
Yeah, good to have you.
All right. You guys make your way back. Occasionally, you kind of catch yourselves hugging a wall as you hear footsteps down the far chamber, but you're not spotted. As you make your way back to that same grate, place it back in sort of as best as you could in place, and retrace your steps back through the undercellar, and eventually back out through that hatch in the ruined building. Now back out in the wide.
Gus looks pretty pleased. I hope this will work out. We will see. Yeah, I mean, how far is sunrise away? It's like...
At this point, not far, because it's probably
Yeah.
like 4 in the morning. You guys are all very, very tired.
I thought that much.
You've had a long day, and yeah,
Stayed up all night.
stayed up most of the night.
I'm gonna need some monster energy.
All right.
Yeah, very well.
You guys make your way back to the tavern? Are you guys just
Yeah.
going to sleep, or are you doing anything else?
I would go back to the tavern.
Is anyone else doing anything this evening?
I'm gonna
Okay.
take a long rest. Is that possible at this point?
So I'll get to that in a bit. So don't click the long rest button yet for anybody.
Okay, but
Don't
before I
click that yet.
but before I hit the hay, I just mentioned to Gasz that it was very pleasing for me to do this with you, Gasz. I'm glad that you felt the same uneasiness of that whole situation and that we were able to do some good in this city. But let's hope that this turns out the way that we hope.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thank you, Master Nor, for your help. I really appreciate it.
And thank you, Master Gasz.
He seems pretty taken aback by being called a master, but yeah, he gives you just this uncertain, toothy crocodile smile. All right, yeah, getting as much sleep as possible, I guess.
Okay.
Finding an empty chair.
Anybody else doing anything tonight?
Just
Going
getting
once?
my long rest.
Going twice?
So,
All
Well,
right.
actually,
you know,
All right. Rue,
Ooh.
you slowly start to stir from a strange rocking motion. You hear the call. You hear the cry of gulls and the sound of water, and then an occasional splash. Your eyes are you're awake, but you're still your eyes are closed. You're kind of just stirring.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, good, you're awake.
What do you do?
Oh, well, I guess I opened my eyes and am I still where I was when I passed out?
As you open your eyes, they catch the morning sun, and it hurts at first, and it causes you to squint and close, and your eyes flinch a bit. And you see your eyes start to readjust, and you feel the rocking motion again as you start to look around. You're out on the water in a small rowboat with two others. They're ahead of you. You're sort of sat in the back of the boat. And you see Strerbath, as well as one other male human that you recognize from the night before. As they seem
Mostly. Yeah.
sorry,
Strabetch, that's the one I spoke to.
Strerbath, yes, he's the one who spoke with you and sort of guided you through your spiritual journey that you went on. He turns. He turns around as he kind of hears you. He hears you start to move. Ah, good. You're awake. Good job. You did it.
Why are we in the water?
I'm taking you back to the city.
Oh.
As you can see now, you're kind of, as you look around, the cliff side is to your right, and you can just vaguely make out the same path you had taken originally to get back, to get to the cove that you were at just the night before. As you start to kind of round the bends into the main harbor of the city.
Do I see anybody else on the cliffs at all?
Make a perception check.
Okay. 14.
14. Looking about, no, You don't see anything. You do catch the sight of a hawk, but that's about it.
That is plus 18, or plus 4 for 18, by the way.
18. That's still
Yeah.
you don't see anything other than
Okay.
other than the hawk.
Okay. I'll look at a Strerbat. How do you pronounce it?
Strerbath.
Got it. I'll look at him and say, what happened? I don't remember anything.
You imbibed in the concoction and went into a trance. What happened in your mind, I don't know. But whatever occurred, you were successful. You faced the other part of you. You've taken the first step.
First step towards what exactly?
Understanding of yourself.
It's funny because I just feel more confused.
That definitely will happen, but there'll be more steps you'll have to take, harder than the rest. But from what I saw, I think you'll be all right. You also have a good group of friends seem to be watching out for you.
What should I be expecting?
Expect challenges. You'll have to master yourself in a way that isn't quite how you've been doing it currently. You have to learn to accept the other part of you rather than reject it. But that is no easy task. Easy to put in words, hard to put into practice. It's different for everybody.
In my dream, I could have killed it, but I didn't. I feel like all my life that's what I've been dreaming of doing, and when I finally had the moment to do it, I couldn't. And I don't know why. Why did he look so sad? I don't know why.
Every animal feels fear.
Not the animal. My friend.
Ah, the one you spoke about. Rowan, was it?
Yeah.
Perhaps he was trying to tell you something. Well, and soon enough, as you were talking, the other individual's just been rowing the boat steadily, and you slowly approach one of the nearby docks near the Brampton district. We'll be letting you off here. Take care of yourself.
Thank you for your help, and I don't know if I'll see you again, but I'm glad I found you.
I certainly hope our paths will cross again. But I was happy to help. That is what we do. It's not an easy thing, this curse that we live with. We just tried to make it a little easier.
Rue had a sudden thought come to her, and she kind of peeks over the edge of the dock to see if she can get a glance into the water and see her reflection.
Sure. If you look down into the water, you do see that some hair has grown, for sure, from the previous night.
She kind of panics a little bit and looks to see if anybody's around on the dock.
Pretty quiet at the moment. You don't see too many people at the moment. There are a few people like walking by, but no one seems to be paying your group much attention. It's just you're just a rowboat pulling up to dock. Probably doing, assuming maybe you were doing some early morning fishing.
She kind of panics a little bit and she pulls at her cloak and see if she can pull it down over her arms or pull it up over her head, but there's really not enough fabric to cover it. And she's just kind of looking around for something in her surroundings that she could just kind of like cover herself with.
Strabath notices your sort of moment of panic and just kind of chuckles to himself. Well, one step at a time, I suppose. Here. And he kind of just takes off a cloak he was wearing to keep the sort of spray of the ocean off of him and just offers it to you.
I grab it and thank him and just say, I just don't want anyone to see.
I understand. Take care of yourself. I think you're going to go many places. That group you're with seems to be quite capable. Wherever your adventure takes you, I hope it's a successful one.
Stay safe. Thank you again.
He just nods. You disembark?
Yeah, so I stick the cloak over me and I want to stealth roll to make my way back to the tavern, if possible.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Okay. Yeah, a 2. 2 plus 4. So 6.
Okay. I mean, you don't stay out of anyone's eyesight, really. People, they see you, but none of them seem to pay too much mind as you're just an individual with a cloak on walking through the city in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing too unusual about that. So
Yeah.
They don't pay you much attention. You can easily, without any sort of problems, make your way back towards the Elf Song Tavern. The cloak, also, I might add, smells quite heavily of wolf.
Color is it?
All right.
What color is that cloak?
Oh, what
Color
color
is
is it? Sorry, I didn't quite make you out there. It's kind of like a navy blue, kind of like a dark blue.
Okay. All right, so do I make it to the tavern or?
Yeah, easily enough. You make it to the tavern.
Okay. I want to come in through the back window. I want to try to come in through Theraden's window.
Okay.
The second story.
Kleeck,
There is no rest for the weary.
Seeing as you were the sentry, you see Rue in a cloak approaching the tavern, and then go like, "Oh shoot! I should probably not enter from the front," and then quickly dart into the alley behind.
Just kind of sighs.
Long, exasperated sigh.
You people can use the doors. He's just still playing sentry.
Oh my god,
All right.
amazing.
At this point,
Do I
everyone,
notice him noticing me?
I'll say with your passive perception, which is pretty good, 14, yes. You do see him make eye contact with you.
I will cringe and immediately look away.
At this point, you guys can take a long rest. However, Kibnaak, Nor, and Gasz, can you all make a Constitution saving throw for me?
Okay. That is.
Constitution saving throws with what?
D20.
It's a
Oh,
12.
D20, okay.
12, okay.
24.
24.
Oh, God.
16.
16. Okay. Gaz, that was a long night for you, and though you did get some sleep, you still feel pretty tired in the morning, you do have a point of exhaustion.
Okay.
So all ability checks are at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Sorry, skill checks are at a disadvantage.
Yep.
But
Until you get another long rest.
Yeah, that's fair.
yeah, I mean, if we are taking a cart down to Candlekeep, right?
Who knows?
You don't know.
Oh, we don't.
You said
know.
you were going to be provided transportation should you
Oh, yeah.
should you require it, and
You're getting
that's
a
to the
dragon
Basilisk Gate
or
when you're
griffin.
ready. You have no idea what said transportation is going to be.
An airship.
But what am I
Sure.
doing? Am I checking long rest or no?
Yeah, you're checking long. Yeah, I'm still get. Normally, you wouldn't get a long, or normally, you still get a long rest. But if you push through like a night, or you're up for like a very extended period of time, then even though you get your long rest, the next day you have, you start getting exhaustion. The first point of exhaustion gives you disadvantage on all skill checks until you take another long rest. And then the second point, I think, gives you disadvantage on saving throws. I think. I don't remember. I'll have to go check it out, but it's usually not going to be a problem for now.
Yeah.
But I gave you guys a chance to give you guys like a saving throw because you weren't up like that crazy late. So 2 of you passed. Unfortunately, Gasz didn't.
Okay.
So you're good. You can
guessing
you can hit your
It's
long rest
really
then.
only scary once you get to like 4,
Three-
5,
3 and 4
6
and 5.
outright kills you.
Yeah. 3 is when your ability checks or saving throws, get halved, so or disadvantaged.
Okay.
Oh, and attack rolls.
Yeah, and attack
So
rolls.
from that point on,
3
it
is when-
really sucks.
Anyways, so everyone, you're pretty much all stirring. It is the morning.
As Rue climbs
You're
in
awake.
through my window.
Real quick, Crucible, did I actually get a rest last night, or
You did,
the
yep.
damage I took? Okay.
No, you do get your long rest.
Okay,
You're
right on.
you're fine. You're kind of like still kind of out of it, but you're not like you don't have like a point of exhaustion or anything like that. You're
Okay.
good.
Great. Cool.
What is that noise outside my window?
Rue, go ahead and make a athletics trick for me for climbing up the window.
Sure.
Do it,
Second story.
monk person.
15.
15, easy enough. You managed to kind of like kind of run up the opposite building in the alley, like kick off the wall and spin around and catch the lip of the sill on the window and pull yourself up.
All right. Is it open?
It is.
It is.
All right. I enter. I do whisper loudly as I'm entering the window. It's just like, Theraden, it's me. It's me. Are you awake?
Yes, kind of. Good morning. Where have you been?
She's just kind of looking around and like she's covered in the cloak. Is there a bathroom in this room? There's
No.
probably not, right?
Nope. There's a little chamber pot.
Mm-hmm.
What time of day is it?
It's early-ish in the morning, like 8-9 a.m. kind of deal.
Okay. She's gonna take that. What material is the chamber pot made out of?
Gonna say clay.
Damn it. Okay.
Are you looking for something reflective?
She's like kind of tearing up the room. Yeah, she's looking for something reflective.
Theroden just reaches down into his tail bags that he has at the bottom of the bed and hands her a mirror. A hand mirror.
She grabs it without even really looking at him or talking to him, and she like immediately starts digging in her bags for her razor and uses it to start like shaving. She's got like fur going up her arms and all over her shoulders, and her head is covered in hair, and it's just everywhere. So she's getting to work.
Theroden just sits there and watches, and so does Aura. Quietly. Oh, good morning,
As usual,
Houdini.
Houdini kind of just rubs his head against your side
Oh, hello,
and
buddy.
hops down and kind of regards Rue as she's shaving.
I'll use Mage Hand to move the chair away from the doors and open the door so Houdini can go out if he wants.
Rue immediately closes the door when he does that.
Oh,
Well, she'll let the cat out, but she kind of slams it closed and then shoots Theraden like a glance, like, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm just trying to let the cat out. Just calm down.
The Tressum just, the Tressum spots the opening and just kind of scampers out and out into the main common area on the second floor.
Look, no one would have noticed. It's fine.
It's not fine. Just...
What happened to you last night?
Well, I'll tell you later. Just give me a minute. You're just gonna keep getting ready and just...
Theraden also will work on the arduous process of getting his vest, his robes, his bags, and everything clipped onto him, which takes like 20 minutes.
Okay. In the meantime, Kleeck, as you're sitting near the door, Philaster Fisk enters the tavern, showing up and kind of nodding to you.
Well, you're the first to arrive this morning.
I
Well,
like to have a
make their
nice
presence-
morning tea.
To make their presence known, at least, I guess I should say.
Are the rest here? Are we going to be leaving today?
I think that's the plan. Some have had a bit of a late night, from what I could tell, but I assume we'll be leaving somewhat soon, within the next hour or two, if I had to guess.
Very good. Well, I have everything ready, and I'm good to go whenever the rest are. I think we're to make our way to the Basilisk Gate. Correct?
If I recall correctly, yes. We'll be heading there, hopefully with very little delay. We've probably waited long enough.
He just nods. Well, I'm gonna get myself some breakfast. And he kind of trots over and to Alan, who is just kind of sleepily kind of giving a yawn. The half-elf kind of just like giving himself a stretch, getting ready for the day, as he starts wiping down some of the leftover, mugs or things that people put late at night, left on the bar itself.
To try to help maybe wake up the building as a whole, Kleeck will go ahead and take out his viol and start playing. Just something somewhat upbeat to try to get people's energy moving.
Okay, go ahead and give
What
me
instrument?
A viol. It's like a violin, but it's got a few less strings. You want a
go ahead-
performance
Yeah,
check?
go ahead and give me a performance check.
How about a 23?
23.
Whoa!
All of you, either in the common room and the main floor, on the second floor, or even you guys in the room, Rue and Theraden, you guys start to hear some kind of like slightly like chipper music start to fill the air. Kind of Alan looks over towards you and then just kind of nods, praising your skills. And he himself too kind of like picks up a little bit and starts working a little bit more diligently as he's getting things ready for what would be the breakfast rush.
Hearing this, Theraden's gonna speed up and hope Rue is done and has all his things together and is kind of one hand on the door, still closed, just waiting.
Yeah, she's gonna be done with her shit, and she's gonna start, she's still very nervous as she walks out the door. She's just feeling her head, which is now super smooth, and just making sure she didn't miss any spots. And comes on downstairs.
With tall dragon man right behind her. And a bird and a cat.
The Tressum Houdini is being already downstairs and seems to just be, looking around, already on the hunt for any rodents or possible scraps of meat left over on the ground.
Stretch my arms over my head. All right. Who's ready to get out of town? I am.
We'll try not to make eye contact with Kleeck. And she sits down at the table.
Peek my head into the dragon room. Are there some kobolds in here who are sleeping still?
Gasz is up, but he looks like he would want to sleep more, but he's up. He's giving you a look. I don't know if you can tell if a kobold looks tired, but it probably looks a little.
I didn't woke up from that. I'm still asleep.
I'm going to mage hand tip his chair over. Try to.
Oh, you shouldn't do that.
It's fine.
Oh boy, PvP time.
I'm like outside of the room, 30 feet away, just push on.
Well,
Kibnaak
Gasz
with
is
an
leaving the
invisible
room
hand.
quickly before Kibnaak blames him for tipping his chair over.
Or maybe tip a glass of water onto his lap, kind of thing. Since I can only move 10 pounds.
Well, I mean, yeah, I would obviously wake up from that, but since it's mage hand, I probably would blame myself for that. Maybe I just, yeah,
Thought he fell over in his sleep.
yeah, I guess I did that to myself, tipping the chair over.
Wow.
Good morning, Kibnaak.
Well, good morning. I think I bruised my shoulder.
Oh,
Actually, I want to retcon that. Gasz is still sleeping, and surprisingly enough, he's not sleeping on a chair or something. He's actually in the corner of the room, being like curled on the ground, sort of like a dog, honestly. And as Kip
Puppy.
falls over, he lifts up his head, ears go up, and rubbing his eyes, waking up slowly.
Okay.
sit down and have a short breakfast before hopefully talking to Mr. Fisk.
Yeah,
Oh.
he's already enjoying a small breakfast himself, sitting at one of the tables, looking like he's poring over a book.
Kinda slide up and sit down. Just, good morning. How are we leaving? Do you have a cart for us, or are we walking the whole way?
Good morning. Well, I believe Liara Porter has something planned for us. She just told us to meet at the Basilisk Gate when we were ready.
Good. Right. Okay.
It's a 5-day journey. It's not too bad, so make sure you have the things necessary. I don't know what they're going to be providing, but hopefully some horses.
Well, I am more than ready to leave when everyone else is.
Well, I would walk past by you and would say, well, I'm not leaving with an empty stomach. And would go to the bartender and order some breakfast.
Yep, easy enough. Breakfast is ordered. Let's just say for anyone ordering breakfast, it's 3 silver apiece. And Rhea also kind of emerges from one of the booths that have the sort of blinds over them and kind of pushes them aside and walks out. Kind of sees everyone and just nods, doesn't say anything, and goes and gets herself some breakfast as well.
I guess he's eating his rations. He has like couple more rations. He's eating those.
Okay. Is anyone doing anything here in the Elfstone Tavern before you guys head out to the Basilisk Gate and then out of Baldur's Gate?
God.
Well, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with these drugs.
There's a river nearby.
We can
Toss them.
No, don't toss them away.
throw
The
drugs.
fish get to enjoy drugs too. Come on.
No, give it back to Gasz. Don't toss them away.
Or just hang on to it. You never know when you could need drugs.
It's true, but we're about to go through like a gate. I want to say this in character. I want to say, guys, We're
So-
about to go through the gate. Should I dump this somewhere?
Do you really think they're going to search adventurers?
You were given explicit permission to be allowed through the gate. That currently the city is on lockdown, so no one's allowed in or out of the city at the moment. So you're probably going to be okay. You believe that they're not going to bother searching you.
It's fine.
You were given explicit permission from basically the commanding officer of the Flaming Fist at the
Okay.
moment.
Okay. I feel reasonably assured I can make it through the gate with these checks. Let's go.
If you feel nervous as we approach the gate, having lived here for a few years, just toss it down an alley. You don't even need to be subtle about it.
You can
It'll
give it
be
to
okay.
me.
Also
I'll
accurate.
I would give a third of the breakfast to Gasz when I see him eating just rations. You need something. Stop eating that. You need something real to eat. Here, take this.
What is it?
Breakfast.
Yeah,
Bacon
but
and
what?
eggs, baby.
Yeah, it's something warm, not those. Well, I guess the Russians are like
Yeah, it's
open bars.
Trail mix and
hardtack stuff
Yeah,
like that.
hardtack,
dry meat.
dry meats. What's it called? There's some other thing there too that's usually in those rations. Usually hardtack is the most common thing.
Yeah, Gasz is looking at you, Kip, looking a bit tired. You can tell as a kobold, probably. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Kip. It
No
looks very good.
problem. You look very tired. I think you need this.
Yeah, I didn't sleep too well. I think.
Well, maybe we can. Well, maybe you can get some more sleep on the road.
Oh, I hope so. And he's getting himself some bacon and eggs. He looks pretty pleased eating that.
Nor then comes down the stairs, and while doing so, he's attaching his signature pauldron like on his shoulder and putting a little shoulder cape on as he walks down the stairs and grabs like an apple or something off the table and leans against like a nearby. Are there like posts spread throughout the room?
Yeah,
that,
definitely,
like-
definitely to support the second floor.
Okay, so he like leans against a post nearby the table, and maybe who's the guy that came in? What's his name again?
Philaster Fisk.
The Fisk. I guess he looks to him and says, "Good morning."
Good morning. Sorry, I was busy doing something else on the side.
Morning.
Good morning.
Are we to be off soon?
Ready whenever your group is.
As soon as possible. Once everyone's done eating, we're out of here.
We do have to go pick up our articles from the store that we.
Ah, yes, you
Weirder
have
stuff,
blacksmith things, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll stop on the way by.
Yes.
What time is it right now, anyway?
Time is probably like right around mid-morning.
Okay. Yeah, Gasz is speaking up, saying we need to be at the Basilisk Gate soon.
Oh, did
You know-
the thing?
Yeah.
Oh, Mm-hmm. Alright, well, Theraden stands up and just rubs
What
his
thing?
hands together. Don't worry about it. Shall we, everyone, then? We'll stop by the blacksmith and, get the thing on the way out.
As you look exhausted. What?
I
Man, that's a
didn't
mood.
I didn't get much sleep last night. I was out all night. I can tell you later if you want to.
Okay. Well, guess we should get a move on.
Theraden is heading out the door pretty quick.
Okay. So you guys stopped by the blacksmith, which you had originally. I believe you had 2 staves that were being silvered, correct?
Yeah, me. I got one.
Yep.
Her and Nora.
Both are complete. They look pretty much the same as they did before, except both ends and the center have been kind of reinforced with plated silvering, and there's an odd sheen to it that even on the wood that seems to like slightly glisten when you put it up to the light.
Cool.
Very shiny.
All right. Anything else? Anything else before you head to the Basilisk Gate?
Do I need to add that to my inventory?
Yes. So you can just add a staff, a normal, or you can just use your current staff, whatever you want to do, and just add to. I believe there's a little checkbox if you click on the item.
I got staff a while back, and I did that. I think the other thing I did was I upgraded armor
his
or
armor.
something, or
He
I
was-
got new armor.
Oh, you were.
He was needing to get armor.
Oh, it didn't
Yeah.
make a note. I didn't make a note. I'm pretty sure you got the armor first and then got the
Yeah.
staff. Because the
You were-
staff
you were waiting
took,
for
the
the
staff
staff to be
took 3
silvered.
days.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So you should have already gotten the armor, which I now don't remember what type. I think you were looking for a breastplate, was it? I don't
If
remember.
I recall
Yes.
right.
I see
Yeah.
breastplate on here in my notes for 400 GP.
That sounds about right.
Yep. So yeah, you got your breastplate. So
Oh.
that you have, and now you also have your silvered staff.
Okay.
Deriaz, you were saying something?
I was just gonna say to expedite things. Can I just grab a longbow? I don't know the exact price of it, but just a basic ass longbow. I just
Sure.
realized I don't have a ranged weapon.
Yeah, easy enough. They do have longbows just available for purchase.
Okay, cool.
50 gold pieces.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think they're actually 25, but whatever. 25 gold pieces.
Okay.
Good upsell. Alright. Off to the gate then.
Alrighty. So, you guys arrive at the Basilisk Gate. It's fairly quiet at the moment. There doesn't appear to be too much going on. There's a few guards nearby. You can look up on the battlements of the walls, and you can see that there's guards there also looking out towards the city and over the walls as well. The gate is shut currently. One of the guards kind of sees your group approach, and then kind of immediately like turns and then quickly walks another direction, kind of like rounding a corner and going into a building. And within about a minute or so, Captain Zodge comes out and sees your group and then nods and walks towards you. Take it you're ready to go.
As ready as we're gonna be, I suppose.
All right. Well, get yourselves ready. This will be a little messy, maybe. He kind of gives a loud whistle and then, calls for, and then makes a big call around as suddenly a bunch of the Flaming Fists start to mobilize, and they all start getting into places, getting around the gate, and getting ready to go. So at this point, that you guys turn to see a cart coming your way from down the street towards the gate. And one of the guards kind of sees this and comes to like stop the car. There's a man, one Gasz, Rhos, and Kibnaak you recognize, the same one that you saw the night before. Sorry, Nor, Gasz, Nor, and Kibnaak recognize, and it's the same one that was passed out at the table underneath the arena. And one of the guards kind of comes up and say, "Halt, halt, halt! The gates they're barred. No one's allowed out of the city." "Oh, but I was told to deliver this package here for someone leaving the city." And then the guard looks kind of confused and looks kind of back and looks at your party.
Theraden just raises a hand. That would be me. Thank you.
The guard kind of looks. Did you want to say something, Tarkus?
I just wanted to inform Theraden, just like pointing at the card, being like, giving the notion that that's the guy.
Okay.
There.
Theraden, what did you buy?
Don't ask. Over here, please. Yes,
Right.
we'll be
The
bringing that
guard,
with us.
the guard who had stopped the cart. It's being pulled by a single large draft horse. The guard kind of pulls up, kind of stops and like looks towards Zodge, who's kind of still busy, kind of getting soldiers, moving them, getting them into places. Kind of looks over, and then looks back at your party. The hell is that?
Bit of a gift for my guild.
Great. All right, fine. Just get it in a place here, and kind of points. Have it set up right in front of the gate, kind of towards the, kind of a little bit behind the soldiers that are kind of positioned at the front of the gate. The cart kind of, moves into place. The driver kind of stops it where he was told, gets out and approaches you, Theraden, and says, here's your package. It's, I tranquilized it for you, so if there's any, at least to get it before it, so it doesn't get too rowdy before it gets out of the city. The cage should hold, but don't rile it up too much.
I don't think we'll be the ones doing the riling, but we'll try and get out of the city limits before anything could possibly happen.
Right.
You
must have some very good connections with Mr. Reds for him to just sell this to you.
Oh, he took a liking to us quite quickly, in fact.
Apparently. That was a good show you put on.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I got to get back.
Well, the control devices that you were using at the arena...
Oh, yes. They're right here, and he pulls out the device, same one that you guys noticed on his waist before. It already has the collar on. Just squeeze it here, and you can notice it has got kind of a trigger to it, and it will administer a submissive behavior.
I see. Good. Perfect. Well, thank you very much for this. Give Mr. Kebrin my regards, and we'll be off.
He just nods. Take care. And he sort of just bows and then swiftly, grabs anything that he had left on the cart and starts jogging back down the road the way he came.
I'll take the reins.
Did
of the
we
horse and
overhear this conversation? Or...
Oh yeah, if you guys are all standing together, you definitely overheard this.
The whole time I am giving Theraden like these wide-eyed looks, like what is in this fucking cart? I'm not saying anything, but I'm giving him like these.
So the
like,
cart is a covered sort of covered cart with a hard frame with like tarp going over it. So and you can't see inside at all.
What can I smell?
Make a perception check.
All right.
Gasz is just standing there being
Shit,
absolutely
9.
overjoyed.
I got a 9.
9.
A
Oh wait,
9?
oh wait, do I? Oh never mind. Go ahead.
I
Oh wait,
think
I get advantage on that.
Yeah, you have advantage on that.
All right. Oh, natural 20.
Oh my goodness.
You smell owlbear. You just smell owlbear.
Does she knows how our bears smell?
I mean,
With a 20, I'm gonna say yes, she does.
Yeah.
Everybody
I was
knows
in an
how this
arena.
smells.
There were many animals. I'm sure I would recognize.
Like for all of you, you can all kind of smell like you smell something out of like a wild animal, like that kind of sort of wild, somewhat unclean smell, but not like terribly unclean. And yeah, Rue with her heightened sense of smell, easily like it's like, yeah, nope, that's the owlbear from the arena.
Can I look around at the party and see who else here is surprised versus not surprised?
Gasz looks absolutely brimming with joy right now, looking. Grinning.
Nor just has his hands like folded out in front of him and is grinning.
Theraden's just holding onto the reins of this draft horse like, holy shit, it works. Oh my god.
We got a fucking owlbear.
We have an owlbear. What do I do now? And he's just holding onto the reins of the draft horse for now. Just waiting.
So, Zodge at this point approaches your party as he's seemingly finished getting things ready. Second here. Does I have to go look at something real fast? All right. So he comes over to you guys, and shoot, where did I write this down? Oh no!
Oh no!
I always lose the thing that I need. Oh, I'm so tired.
I'm sorry, buddy.
It's okay. One quick second.
Zodge thinks of what he's going to say.
Yep.
I'll just kind of wave Rue over real quick, like, it's an owlbear. Just so you know.
Why though?
Gasz is approaching from behind. Master Wu, we got that owlbear.
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
Very, extremely great.
I look at Gasz and I point at the cart with my staff and I say, "Is this what you did last night?"
Do you say it in sort of like a condescending tone?
No, I say it incredulously.
And he gives a nod. Yes, we went and got the owlbear. I forged a letter, and it worked out. And just pretty happy, just brimming with delight that one of his plans worked out like that.
Oh my
Maybe
god.
She just kind of nods and blinks, just taking in this new information. It's just like, okay, all right then.
Okay. Great.
I would have asked you if you wanted to help, but I couldn't find you, so.
No, it's fine. I had shit to do. It's alright.
What
What are we
did you
gonna do
do,
with it?
Master Wu?
What are we doing with this owl bear? What's the plan?
We'll talk about it when we're not in the city, currently surrounded by guards.
Okay, alright, okay.
Typing in notes, acquired owlbear.
New party
Can I put
member.
that Can we put that in our inventory list?
An owl
No.
bear. I mean, I'm strong. I don't think I can lift an owl bear. So.
Could definitely lift you though.
It sure could. It could lift me through the air.
All
Like a
right.
sack of potatoes.
Zodge kind of approaches your group after seemingly getting a bunch of troops together. As you can see now, there's a sizable quantity of flaming fists here present at the Basilisk Gate. Kind of odd, and you're kind of wondering like, why would they need so many people just to let us through the gate? And he approaches and says, "All right. Liara has appropriated some supplies to your travel. You need to go to Garenmore Stables and Menagerie just outside the Basilisk Gate. Just go straight. I think it's the fourth street down. Take a right. It'll be right there. I don't know what I don't know what she appropriated for you, but I believe you get whatever you need. Though it seems you already have a cart." He kind of just looks suspiciously at it.
It's more for shipping than anything. Don't worry about it.
Right. Well, keep it moving quick. Stay tight to your cart, or even better, get in it. We'll get you through, hopefully without being mauled.
What?
Pardon?
By
What's happening?
the people outside.
There's hundreds of refugees on the other side of this gate that have been trying to get in for the past 10 days.
Oh,
Honestly, this may be the hardest part of the journey to Candlekeep.
well, we do have
We
an
will
owlbear.
keep them at bay, but we can't 100% assure your safety.
I'm sure we can handle some rough housing peasants, potentially.
All right. As soon as you get an opening to get through, just go. If you have to run over a few, who cares?
Right.
Right, you ready?
Sure.
Who's taking the card?
Me.
Yeah.
If-
Who is
Or
Who-
Kleeck
who
could,
is-
one of the two.
I
I could
who is
also
taking the reins?
I could
I
also
would-
take the reins and do
I would recommend Kleeck does because he is trained in land vehicles.
I was gonna say I'm both
Okay,
proficient
yeah.
with animal handling and trained with land vehicles.
I would. Yeah.
I can drive if needed.
Let's start with that.
Yeah. I have animal friendship and speak with animals, but not animal handling. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's perfect.
Okay, I'll hand the reins to Kleeck and put my hood up and hope for the best.
Excellent. All right. So, 1 second here.
How fast are we moving this cart? What's the plan? Are we gonna go?
Well, you got to go with the speed of the gods, I guess.
Yeah.
And not like crash
Are
with
we
the
gonna?
crowd.
Also, there's a driver who's pulling like a 1.5-ton bear with us, so it's not
The
gonna go
question
that fast.
is,
It's
the question is, can I run and/or jog in front of the cart?
I might. I don't know. We are going to go through literally a horde of people.
So currently, what this formation looks like is you got like a wall of about like 20 flaming fists in front of you, with your cart immediately behind it. How you guys wish to, either if you want to get in the cart, if you want to hold on to it, or if you want to just walk beside it, that's up to you. And you guys, that's it. They're gonna try and get you through the refugees.
How many
I
people
guess-
would fit in the driving space of the cart?
I'll say you can have 3 people sit up front.
Gus would like hold on to the card so he's not on the ground when like
Easy
Oh,
enough with
refugees.
your size. You can easily find a hold to just
Yeah.
to kind of like stand there and like hold, kind of like Assassin's Creed style, like hold on to like one of the supporting braces, and then just 1 foot on it, just 1 foot dangling. Just kind
Yeah,
of
he's holding on the braces with his tail. So
okay.
Can I stand on the back of this cart like a garbage man stands on the back of a garbage truck?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, great.
I would
might
just
be all there.
I would just hope my small size will help me just not being noticed by.
You will get trampled.
Okay.
I'm guessing Nor, Kleeck, and Theraden are on the front of the cart. Just chilling.
Yep. Actually, Fist grabs one of the seats on front.
So just us two. Sorry, Nor.
It's all right.
is
You
Rayo
can
with
sit- you- I mean, there's you can go in the cart. You guys haven't even looked in the cart yet.
No, I'm assuming it's
There's an
completely
owlbear in the
occupied by an
cart.
owlbear.
Well, you don't know how. You know, there's an owlbear in a cage in there.
Well, I guess
Alright.
never look inside. Yeah.
I perceive into the cart.
It's easy enough. You look inside and you see a large cage that is filling basically most of the space in the cart, but there is a little space to stand there, and there it appears to be a unconscious owlbear in there.
It's probably super cute.
Yeah, it's kind of going like, whoo, whoo.
baby.
Amazing.
Baby. Oh, so cute when they're not trying to kill you.
He's our friend now.
No.
Just like the monsters in Monster Hunter.
Yeah. When they sleepy boys, they cute.
All right.
Well,
So, Captain Zodge gives another loud whistle, and you hear a bunch of flaming fists yell, "Open the gate!" And at that sound, you hear it. You hear the gates kind of, the mechanisms for the gates starts to creak and strain as it starts to open slowly, and then you hear the slow building sound of just hundreds of people start to scream and yell on the other side of the gate.
Oh boy.
As the Basilisk Gate opens, the Flaming Fist soldiers hold back a tide of Eltergardian refugees as they just push into this wall, this phalanx of Flaming Fist soldiers. And Zodge just yells at you all, "Go! Go! Move!" As the soldiers start to push forward, kind of going into a V formation, and kind of like pushing through the crowd forward. you guys go?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
assuming?
gonna
Okay.
try and keep pace with them.
All right. You cut through as you cut through the wretched souls, whose wails just intensify as you guys cross over through the threshold of the gate, and now the soldiers are kind of being pressed in against the cart. Even, I'm gonna have to get everyone just in general. Please make a strength saving throw for me.
Oh God.
Even the people on the car.
Everybody.
Everybody.
As you get bodies pushed against the cart and everything is rocked violently.
I don't know if you need me to also make an animal handling or anything to
I made
keep the
an-
cart steady.
Yeah, actually, yes. Please give me an animal handling as well.
I got an 8.
I'll say you because you're on the reins. Only do animal handling. Everyone else just do a strength saving throw.
I got an 8.
I also got an 8.
I did
Okay.
a 9.
Okay.
Did I get the best one? I got a 12.
I got a 13.
Wow.
All right.
19.
Okay.
Oh, good animal handling. Great.
And since you have oh, buddy, you guys are so lucky. You guys have so many flaming fists helping you.
Oh God.
The flaming fists push hard against the refugees and just push them out of the way, and you get a gap just for a moment that you can see that if you push through, you can get through now. And what was your animal handling?
19.
19. You just give it a nice crack of the reins, and the horse whinnies and just takes off as quick as it can. You do bowl over a couple of refugees, but they don't look to have been gravely wounded or anything like that. As you plow through and head on straight, clearing the gate, you can hear the cries and the moans and wails of all the refugees just bashing themselves against the shields of the flaming fist as the gate slowly closes once again.
Goodbye, Baldur's Gate.
Oh my God, we're out of
Whoa.
the center of Baldur's Gate.
And that is where we're going to take a break.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh, I forgot something in Baldur's Gate.
No,
Some
we're
telling me
not
to
going
go
back
back.
to Baldur's Gate.
Can you go back?
Ah.
The wallet. Forgot my coin purse.
The zone has de-loaded. You can't go
You
back.
Oh no.
Your
This is
autosave
a side.
ahead of it.
This is a side scroller. You can't go backwards. You can only
Yeah.
go forwards.
Only go forwards. Okay, cool. So 10 minutes.
So
what are we doing?
yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
take a short 10-ish minute break.
Okay.
Let's try to be back by no later than a quarter past the hour.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
All right. Be back in a bit.
Bye bye. Hey guys, we got
Good.
an owlbear.
hello, we're back. It's us.
And so
Hello.
that's why we're done with the campaign forever.
And we'll see you guys
We're
later.
all disbanding. See you guys.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Alright. So, you guys have made it beyond the threshold of the gate. The refugees are just clawing at the gate and yelling over the walls of the guards to allow them in as you slowly make your way now down the path. You were given a location to go to, which was Garenmore's Stables and Menagerie, which is just a short ways up the path from the gate itself. You follow the directions, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
You come across a large stable, which has the name you were looking for, and an elderly man kind of steps out and regards you all. Ah, you're the Hell Riders, ready for your things for your travel?
I believe that is us, yes.
All right. The Flaming Fist has said that you are to have you can have as many horses as you'd like, and a single cart. Though it looks like you already have one.
We would take a second cart if it wouldn't be a trouble.
Well, it's already been paid for, so I don't care.
Perfect. That would be wonderful.
Come along here, and he kind of leads you around to the side of the building, and there is, you can see kind of in the stables, there's numerous horses, regular riding horses, draft horses, and some more expensive ones as well. As well as a, reasonably sizable cart, though this one is not covered. This is just a uncovered cart.
Okay.
Well, how many would you like?
Horses? I don't know if we'll need more than to pull the cart at a fair pace.
Oh, a single draft horse will be enough to pull the cart.
I think that might be all we need. I don't think any of us really need to be riding. We're just taking a trip down south.
It's at this point Rhea, Rhea speaks up. Actually, I'd like my own horse, if that's all right.
One horse
And
for
the man speaks up. No problem. One riding horse. And the proprietor there just starts to hitch things up. Brings over a large gray draft horse and hitches up to the cart, as well as a single brown mare riding horse, saddle already on, and just presents it to Rhea, who sort of looks at the horse, comes up and gives it just a rub on its nose. The horse kind of just whinnies and kind of pushes its head into her hand, and then she kind of goes over the side and just with practiced ease jumps up onto the horse's back.
Well, suppose that'll be all we really need. Are there any supplies that we were provided as well, or just the animals and cart?
In the cart, it's all in the cart. There'll be food for the animals, as well as anything else you might possibly need for the trip. I believe you've been given in excess to what you'll need. You're only going to Candlekeep, right?
Correct. It's only 5 days.
Perfect. Then you're good. Everything is in the cart.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna say, I think maybe we should take one more just to pull behind the cart in case we want someone to scout ahead, or you never know what's gonna happen.
All right. 2 horses, a draft horse for the cart, and a cart.
He kind of just nods and goes back over into the stables, pulls out another, this one darker, just a darker, almost black, riding horse.
Perfect. Well,
All right.
what bid you adieu?
How tall is the car? Can I just climb on it, or?
There's like enough of a step that you can
Okay.
it's almost like a ladder for you to get up it, but you can get up it without having to climb.
Okay.
So you don't have to make a check or anything to get in the cart.
Okay. I will take climb on a cart and sit down.
Bring the cart and everything back out to everyone, I suppose, and get our convoy ready. Well, we've got
All right.
quite the troop.
So, for reference, who is driving the cart with the owlbear?
Not me.
I
Me.
can do that one since
Yeah,
I don't want that one to go out of control with an
Yeah.
owlbear in it.
yeah.
Okay, and who is driving the regular cart?
Who has the best animal handling, other than Kleeck?
Not me.
No.
Actually, I have really good animal handling,
have
but
a-
I don't want to.
I have a +1, so...
I just got +2.
I suppose I will reside in the cart with the owlbear should it wake.
Okay.
I guess
So-
I'll...
Or-
That's smart.
I'll
I have-
drive
have
the
a
other
mi-
cart then.
I have a -2. I can give it a
Nope.
try.
Nope. I'll do it
I'll
with my
sit
+1.
next to Theraden. You know, I really should. I have a +4.
If you don't want to drive the cart, you don't have to. I can do it.
For
Drive the
Rue's
reference,
gonna,
carts.
Rue's
higher
gonna
than
sit
mine.
next to Theraden, and when he's doing a shitty job, she's just gonna take it from him.
Okay, so they're in the regular cart. We have Theraden and Rue.
And Kibnaak in the back.
Rue and Philaster Fisk is also going to join you on that cart. And Kibnaak in the back.
Yeah, Gasz
And
is,
then it's just Kleeck and Nor with the owlbear.
Gasz with the owlbear as well because he, I guess,
Okay.
sort of feels responsible for it to a degree.
Okay.
So he will stay in that cart.
And then who's on the 2 riding horses? One is Rhea.
And the other is...
Gasz.
You're on the riding horse or on the cart?
You're going to be riding the horse?
I want to ride a horse. No, I'm not riding a horse.
was
I don't
just
think a
your
kobold
legs.
can
The
ride a
plan-
horse.
the plan was-
It doesn't work. No.
The plan was to just have the extra horse like tied to the back of the cart and just like walking along.
It would just
Okay.
be
Yes,
hilarious.
you can ride it while it's doing that.
It would just be hilarious. He would be so happy riding a horse, probably.
You definitely won't be able to
You
reach
can-
the stirrups.
Yeah, he cannot ride a horse. I will not allow
You
him
can
myself
sit
to
on
ride a
it
horse.
while it's being pulled around. You
Yeah.
know, like those little kid
Maybe-
rides they have at the
Yeah.
Maybe,
fair.
maybe he does that
Okay.
eventually.
We have to go back
Jesus.
into town. We need a cowboy hat.
No.
Little cowboy.
Yeah, I'm going up.
Take my
No,
horse.
to the Candlekeep.
All right.
But yeah, no, he's not
the
riding horse.
caravan is set. The reins, the quick snap of the reins from both your little group starts down the road. Oh, whoops! I did not mean to do that. Your little group starts down the road, heading out around Dusthawk Hill and towards Worms Crossing.
Do we get some travel music?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Hell yeah.
literally doing right
just-
now.
Same song, just slightly sped up.
Absolutely not that
The same
bad.
song in a slightly different key.
Theraden, why are you holding the reins in that funny way?
It's not funny. What? I don't see the issue with it.
You're just pulling on the animal and it doesn't.
I'm
listen,
just trying to keep it centered
You
on the
need-
streets.
Listen, if you were just relax. You're pulling.
Look, I'm fine. Look,
Do I need to come up there, y'all?
No, I don't do carts and horses. I walk everywhere, so this is new to me.
Okay. So, you guys make your way along the dirt path. As you get up towards a small, looks like almost like a mini walled town, Fisk speaks up. And he kind of just waves over towards it. Goodbye, my home. I already took a visit there earlier. Picked up something we'll need for the trip.
What's that?
And he kind of pulls up a book, same book that he was reading earlier this morning, actually. Little book of old recipes. If you're not aware that to get into Candlekeep, you have to provide a book that the library does not have in its vast inventory. Otherwise, they won't let you in.
Clever to use a cookbook for such a thing.
Well, it's an old one.
Hmm.
Had it for a long time, but I've pretty much committed to what's in it to memory, so I don't mind parting with it.
Well then, hopefully this journey is as smooth as can be, and we'll be there in 5 days. No worse for wear.
Rhea, who's on the soul riding horse on her own, kind of trots up and takes the lead in front of you guys to sort of make way for the carts, and sort of keeps ahead of you guys a decent ways. As you continue down the path, I'm going to. There we go. So as you continue down the path, you do see 2 great bridges come into view. Some of you recognize this as you might have seen it coming into the city. Others maybe not. But you see 2 great bridges meet at a tall, rocky island that rises from the middle of the Sionthar River. Buildings and merchant stalls line the sides of both bridges, making it impossible to see the river from the narrow, congested roadway that cuts from these structures. Wooden drawbridges connect the two to keep it situated atop the island. The flags of Baldur's Gate and Flaming Fist wave proudly above this fortress built on this island. This is known as Worm's Crossing. It is quite congested. Considering the gates to the city being still sealed shut, there is a lot of foot traffic here. So as you go across, go ahead and the 2 cart drivers, go ahead and make just an animal handling check. Pretty easy one, but animal handling check for me.
Here we go.
I give him advantage or something, like encouragement.
It's fine. I rolled a 20.
15.
20 and 15, pretty good. Without issue, you manage to keep the horses under control with the help of Rhea, kind of, parting the crowds enough that through these narrow streets across this bridge, you can get across to the other side without much issue.
See, I'm doing fine, Rue.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit of time, some stop and go traffic, but you manage to get across, passing underneath a large, massive archway that the fortress itself is built atop. And going underneath and passing out the other side. There's a bit more slums and smaller town, but before everything opens up and it goes out into the open, sort of short grassy fields of the lands beyond. As you finally leave Baldur's Gate. And I'm gonna throw you guys to the world map.
Yeah, world map. Zoom in on that
So-
shit.
Yeah, it's pretty small. So you are going along the coastal way, or the coastway, south from Baldur's Gate. It is about a 150-mile journey to Candlekeep, which will take you about 5 days, and so long as you keep up a regular pace, you'll be able to make it there by roughly the end of the 5th day.
Yes, your face is so big.
I'm sorry.
Here, I'm gonna. Boop, there we go.
Oh,
you go.
tiny Gasz.
Tiny, no, stop. Please.
No.
What is this?
What is happening?
Get your fucking tokens out of here.
Shrink it down.
God.
How? I don't know.
I have to do it. I have to
Yeah.
do it here. I'll
Yes, do it.
shrink your token down for you.
Jeez. There you go.
All right.
All right.
Let's
So-
go to the friendly arms in.
You guys have an owl bear.
Yes.
We need to
What are
let
you planning on? What are you doing with this owl bear?
I was going to propose that we let it out somewhere along the road while it's hopefully still sleeping, pull the collar off, open the cage, and just fucking run. Because then it can just go into the wild, and we never have to worry about it.
What if Nor can make friends with it?
It's probably not a beast, so it's probably the whole monster situation that I've, been worried about.
It's still possible.
That's a good question. Is it a beast?
Yeah,
It's a monstrosity, but it also states on the best bestiary entry that it is possible to tame an owlbear.
Yes.
But for the purposes of things like speak with animals or befriend beasts, it's not
True.
compatible.
Yeah. They can still bribe it with ham.
You look like a ham, I think, to that.
I don't
owlbear.
look like a ham.
To the owlbear, you probably do. So
Is this cloakwood like right next to the path?
I mean, judging by the scale of this,
It's
that's
close
quite a
enough
ways.
that I'll say if you detour a little bit, maybe extend your journey out to be about 6 days instead. You could probably detour enough that you could make your way close enough to the Cloakwood. You'd be able to drop the owlbear off somewhere there.
I think that's probably our best bet.
Yeah, the wood of sharp teeth is too far away.
It's quite far.
I mean, being in the cart with Nor, and Nor probably having an eye on the sleeping owlbear, Gasz would eventually approach him and being like, "What do you think we should do with him?"
In my travels across this land, I know that the cloakwood is to our right, to the west. So I feel as though we should make a slight detour and allow this owlbear to live its life as it was meant to.
Maybe you're right. And he looks at the owlbear, just probably
Did
sleeping
you have
right
any
now.
ideas?
Oh.
Yes, it was your idea after all.
Oh, not really. I just wanted to see it out of its cage. I didn't really think past that. But I suppose maybe it's the right thing to just set it free and...
When it comes to matters like that, I understand it's hard to think past what to do with things like this, the practicality of it all. But, yes.
Do you think, Master Nor, that you could tame it?
Oh. I don't know if I am strong enough.
Make a nature check.
Oh, nature check, huh? Okay.
Mhm.
Let's see. Where's nature? Ooh, hold on. 23.
Nice.
23. So, you know that you do know some about owlbears. Their reputation for ferocity, aggression, stubbornness, and just sheer ill temper makes them one of the most feared predators of the wild. However, they are more intelligent than most animals, and are quite difficult to tame. But it is possible with enough time, food, luck. You can train it to recognize someone as master, making it an unflinching guard or a fast and hardy mount.
Or a TPK.
To be honest, I'm pretty sure your party could easily take out a single owlbear.
Do what?
I was just saying, I'm pretty sure your party could very easily take out a single owlbear.
Oh, we wouldn't want to do that. Well, I guess with that information, I would say, well, I am certainly familiar with animals, but owlbears are a bit out of my area of expertise. I suppose with enough time I could, but that would... We don't have the resources or time for such a thing. I think it may be best to just let it go free.
I see. If you say so.
Unless others think otherwise, but I feel like with how they all reacted, keeping the owlbear around with the uncertainty of my training it for a bit would be quite a distraction.
Mhm. I saw it fight. I just thought it could be a powerful ally.
Oh, it certainly could be. Absolutely.
Gasz looks up at Nor and gives him a slight nod and be like, "And let's set it free."
Nor nods. Suppose you'll tell the rest that we need to take a little detour.
What are you two doing?
Oh, did you overhear us, Theraden?
You're kind of talking loudly, but we are setting
No,
the
in
damn
what?
thing free, right?
Oh, yes, yes. I feel like it would be too difficult to train such a beast with everything that we need to do, so I was thinking we could set it free in the Cloakwood,
Should be fine.
but that would require us to take a little trip off the path.
I mean, that was part of the plan, I think, because, yeah, we're not keeping a wild beast with us.
Oh. Such a shame.
It would take months to train something like that, and we have 5 days. It's a little bit
might
more
not
of a
take-
detour.
Might not take me a month, but even still, your point stands.
So I guess we'll try and find a way to the Cloakwood first.
Okay. Who would like to make a survival check to see if you can guide, you guys easily enough to the Cloakwood without, going the wrong direction?
I would love to do that survival check.
I would love to
Alright.
assist you, because I am proficient in
Alright.
survival.
Gasz is totally
will-
not doing it.
I will give you advantage, Rune.
All right. Natural 20.
Who you?
Easy enough. You're like, yeah, it's over there.
It's the woods.
And you easily enough can guide the party, and I would say by the evening you are able to reach the edge of the Cloakwood.
Okay.
So also everyone go ahead and for the duration of the travel, please party-wide give me a perception check.
All right.
13.
Oh,
13,
7.
7.
You said a perception check?
Perception check, please.
Yeah.
Crucible.
Yeah?
Am I still considered exhausted at this point?
You are. It's still the same day.
Okay, it's with disadvantage.
It is with disadvantage.
9, but do I have disadvantage too, or no?
You're not
No,
exhausted.
you didn't. You're not. You passed that save. I
Yeah, okay.
So you're good.
Alright.
There's a 17.
Wow, even with the disadvantage, pretty good.
Yeah,
17.
rolled an 18 and an 11. I'm a
16.
lucky little kobold.
7.
All right. Keeping a keen eye out. A few of you, looking around the roads, making sure there's any danger or anyone following you. Seems all clear. As your journey to the Cloakwood is uninterrupted and peaceful. The owlbear still seemingly asleep. Whatever sort of tranquilizer they used on it was fairly powerful. As you arrive, you see a large grouping of what appears to be just carnivorous trees. Not carnivorous, coniferous.
Carnivorous trees. My God.
Of carnivorous trees sort of dotting the skyline in front of you. And as you approach, you arrive sort of just at the edge of the tree line that leads into the deeper forest beyond.
Okay.
It is at this point, the sun is waning in the sky, so it's pretty late.
Let's can we unload
As soon
this
as
bear?
as soon as I see the line of trees, I just kind of want to run to it.
Okay. Easy enough. I mean, you run to it. It's a line of trees. There's more trees beyond that.
That's wonderful.
You hear the sounds of birds. You hear the sounds of some birds chirping, and you catch the glimpse of a few small animals running around.
For Rue, it's like she's been in the stinky city for so long that this is like an absolute breath of fresh air.
Literal breath of fresh air.
Yeah, it was a far cry from the city of Baldur's Gate.
I will.
Is the cage like do we
Yeah,
have to leave the whole thing
We
here, or
should
can you
probably
lower
leave
it
the whole
from
thing?
Okay.
The cage itself it's large, so it'd be pretty heavy to take out on your just on its own. It just seems to have a very sturdy lock on it, and there seems to be a key just hanging near the cage, right on the just on a little metal spike.
I will.
Can you remove the tarps all around the cage?
You could. You guys could remove. You guys could remove the tarps that are covering the
take that stuff?
The cart itself. However, the frame is that you'd have to destroy the cart in order to remove the frame. But I mean, if you wanted, the owlbear could easily get out on its own from the cage and the cart if it chose to.
Okay.
I mean, we could just. I don't know. We could probably move it. It's sleeping, right?
At the
It's
moment,
an
it's
owlbear
sleeping.
with a giant metal cage. I don't think.
If you're talking if you think you can lift the owlbear itself,
Same.
maybe with all of you, you might be able to. It's a large creature, so it's pretty big. It probably weighs, I'd guess, around 1,300, 1,400 pounds.
I can lift 400.
But I think we could do it.
I think we should just open the door, leave the cart, and go. We're wasting daylight. And we need to not sleep somewhere we just released an apex predator.
I suppose you're right.
We need to get far away from here, or we might get attacked in the middle of the night by something much bigger than us.
I think that's fair. Nor says. So he, I guess he just opens the tarp from the back, and so when the owlbear wakes up, it just sees the clearing of the forest, just walk out and go right in, and takes the key, unlocks the door, leaves it open, and places a hand on the owlbear's head for a moment, and says something like,
God.
"Could free one of your kind at least."
Can you take the collar
Yeah.
off of it?
Oh, there's that too. Yes, we'll do that.
The collar can be removed. There you do see as you have the device. There is a switch, and you kind of just figure it out that if you put it right against the collar here, insert it into a slot, and press this button, the collar just pops off.
Beautiful.
Excellent.
Catch it with us.
Easy.
We should keep that thing.
We will keep that thing.
We keep it. I have a question about the color actually.
Sure.
Is it owlbear size or is it adjustable?
It is loosely adjustable. It can only go so small. You think you'd struggle to put it on any sort of like really small creature, but you think probably a regular sized humanoid you could probably fit it around.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
It's actually a pretty complex device looking at it. If you guys want to know more about it, then
Arcana?
yeah, so it would require an Arcana check.
I can fucking do that, hopefully. Ooh, 18.
Ooh.
18. All right. Yeah, you probably understand the functions of it. It seems that the collar itself is pretty much irremovable, other than with some extreme force. Could possibly remove it, or by some other some insane lockpicking. There may be possibly a way to remove it as well. However, it is not. The collar's locking mechanism itself is not magical, so you're aware that something like Dispel Magic would not work on it.
Mm-hmm.
Though it would make it inert, so it would not function the way it's meant to, which you can tell it attacks something's mind in a way that it makes it very suggestible and kind of not incapacitates it, but kind of puts it into like almost a trance and makes it very lethargic and easily coerced into doing something.
Neat.
I'll make an item for next time.
Yeah,
but
cool.
For now,
I'll write that down.
You can just write it down.
Cool.
And then quickly hop back on the carts and let's get the fuck out of here. Take the other horse with us.
Okay. So it is
Nor,
already.
Nor hops out of the carriage and is like, all right, let's move.
Let's-
During that time, Gasz is basically, if someone has been watching him, then he's looking around a lot, like taking in all the sights, doing that little bit of travel he already did, and being at this forest and being like in front of this line of tall trees. He's just standing in front of it, kind of like intimidated by it. Not saying anything though. Just
You'd actually recognize this road, as this would have been the road that you would have taken from
honestly,
Athla.
honestly, if it was for me, it was probably in a box. He didn't see much, or in like a
Okay. We can say you caught glances here and there.
Maybe.
Through some holes in the blocks.
true. But he probably never saw. He looks like someone that actually never saw a forest. So that's his face.
Yeah, it's a cool sort of getting into evening as the wind is, here is not terribly strong, but enough that it's pushing through the trees and all the leaves, the branches, and so a calming sound and noise to you, something you're not used to. Never been much out in nature from at least recent memory.
Nor is very much enjoying this, having looked like a weight has been lifted from his shoulders, being back out here with what he considers home.
Theraden looks visibly more relaxed.
Gasz is
Ray as
approaching.
well, who's just sitting on her horse, just looking out over the grassy plains you guys are on, and just taking it all in. She looks to be a little bit more at peace as well, having also been seemingly happy to have left Baldur's Gate behind her.
All right, let's mount up.
You can
and
tell
find somewhere to
she's
stay for the night.
longingly kind of almost looking in the direction of the northeast.
Towards El Turo.
For anyone who's, I would say, yeah, at this point, most of you guys would know that El Turo was to the eastish of Baldur's Gate, so you guys would know that would be roughly the direction of El Turo.
Okay.
All right, so you guys are moving away from the carts, correct?
Yes. Let's
Okay.
head on the road and then find somewhere further away from here to camp.
So how much farther are you going to try and get tonight? As it is already pretty late, you've been traveling for, I'd say, almost 8 hours at this point.
How
So
many
if you want
hours
to
of
push
daylight
too
do we
much
have?
long, it is already waning, so it's already starting to get dark.
We could go for another hour.
I'll say I
another
can
hour.
give you,
I
I
think
can
we
give you
should,
another
yeah.
hour without having. I'll give you another hour without causing any need for exhaustion.
What'd you say, Rhos?
I think we should just camp while we still have the light to set up a camp. It's not everybody here has night vision.
I have literally a spell that creates light.
And that's a very good point. We also have fire.
Yeah, that's the thing that man acquired ages ago. The ancient techniques of flame. Let's just go.
So,
head out down
Everything
the
changed
road.
when the Fire Nation is at.
So
But
we left
then
we left
he
that
would
one
have
cart. We
paused.
only have one cart
Yes, we
now,
only
right?
have one cart.
Okay, and that cart doesn't have cover. It's
It does
just-
not.
We took the tarp off of it.
You do, but you don't have a frame on this one, so there's nothing to
Yeah.
put the tarp on.
We can just toss
So
it.
you,
over
you,
things
get, you
if
guys
we
can
need to.
you guys can toss it in the back and then cover yourselves with it.
Yeah.
That's fine. But there isn't a frame to put it around.
Okay. Guess I would
Onwards.
have gotten on the other cart then.
What are you doing? Are you leaving the other horse behind as well?
No, I
or...
said we should take the other horse with us.
Okay, so do you just hitch the other draft horse to
Yeah.
the The cart, so you're
So
pulling
now
up
we
two
have a
pulling it?
riding horse and a draft horse behind our cart.
Well, no, you can hitch the draft horse to the front with the other one.
Double horse.
You just have 2 horses pulling the cart.
And
Double,
then
double horsepower.
I'll let Kleeck drive from here on out.
Okay, easy enough. All right, so you guys make it another hour out from the from where you left the cart, kind of heading back towards the coastway. Before it gets too dark, and you do have to stop and find a place to camp out.
Yep.
You do find a small little sort of rocky outcrop, which you think would work reasonably well, surrounded by a handful of trees, but not too much. That you think would be make a good camp.
I will start setting myself up a little sleeping spot.
Okay.
I'll just make sure to cast dancing lights in like a triangle around it so that we just have some light in the
Yeah.
area for now.
Easy enough to set up. You guys can get a fire going. It's no problem. Anyone who has whatever sleeping arrangements you have, you can make use of, whether you have tents or if you have. You actually notice in the cart there are tents available. There's 2.
Sweet.
They can hold about 2 people each. In the case of the kobolds, 2 kobolds plus a person.
Nice.
Great.
Yeah, so we set up a little campsite in the woods.
Okay. Are you are you guys like cooking anything tonight? Getting anything kind of food going, or are you just going on
Yeah.
ration?
I think I still have some of that last of the boar left over from
Oh, heck yeah.
this
Yeah.
stanky basement.
Yeah.
Wait, do I actually still have the... Let me check.
You've been keeping track of that shit, huh?
Wow.
Yeah, boar meat. I have 2.
There you go.
2 still left. So.
All right.
Right.
Yeah, you can cook up some boar meat.
Lovely pork dinner.
So the night wanes, gets darker and darker until the only light is that of either your spell or the fire. And everyone enjoys a little bit of whatever food they've got, some boar meat that's been cooked up.
I'm gonna use my last ration. And Gasz is going to bed very early because he's super tired.
Okay.
He's basically
problem.
falling asleep while eating.
Nose first in the
He's
ration
probably
box.
falling asleep in the cart, most likely.
Yeah.
Rhea kind of sits around with you guys as well. Taking just occasional nibbles of a little bit of boar she has.
I will, is Rue, like, in the circle of the group, or is she, like, off to the side?
She's kind of off to the side, just kind of making her own little. Well, she's eating her boar meat off to the side.
Mm-hmm. Theraden will come over and just kind of squat and sit down next to her and just kind of glance over and quietly go, "So, where were you? And what kept you out all night?"
I followed the stranger into a graveyard and into a crypt and down a cliff and along a ledge and in a cave. And in that cave, I found a group of people who all smelled just like my family did and the way that I did, and we talked, and I don't know, just figured some shit out, I guess.
It sounds sketchy. I'm glad you're okay.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit sketchy. But
But you're fine.
at the very least, yeah, so yeah, I was scared there a few times, but I sent aura, so hopefully that went well.
It did. I saw the message. That's why I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Well,
So
you found more of your kind then.
kind of. I don't know. They're still a little different because they were infected, I guess. They weren't born this way.
Well, I'm glad you at least found some sort of kinship. That's good. It's very
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. There was this this ritual that I did, supposedly supposed to be helpful, but I feel like all it really did was give me a bad dream.
Dreams are very powerful things. Where, you know, good and evil can wage war for the soul.
Yeah.
So, perhaps it wasn't just a dream, especially if it's associated with the ritual. Let me know if you have more of them, though.
I did down in the bathhouse sewers as well.
Your past haunts you, just like me.
Yeah.
Birds of a feather. And he kind of just wraps an arm around her shoulders and kind of gives her a side hug.
It's almost like old times, huh?
Yeah.
Traveling, light of the fire at night.
Just like old times. With a few plus ones.
Right.
Well,
I can't believe they stole an owl bear. What? What did that even? How?
so, yeah, Gasz sort of actually just forged a little statement saying that we purchased it, basically. Well, not we, but someone. And, we set an owlbear free in the woods.
Wow.
Oh, what would my father think of me right now?
I'm very surprised it didn't go wrong, to be honest. Doesn't seem like
Definitely should have.
there's... Yeah.
I'll let you be. We need to get some rest for the road. I'm just glad you're safe.
Is there anything you can tell me about what we'll find at Candlekeep and what you need to do there?
You have returned.
I simply hope that
Oh hey, longer and longer. But I am loving the graphics on this.
I find
Damn,
some
it all
answers.
looks awesome.
I just want to find some answers for all of this. And he just kind of looks down at his arms. And it's the best hope I have to figure out what happened.
You still don't remember.
He just kind of stares off into the darkness in the woods. Just looking for something, but just looking. No. I don't know. But I have clues, and I have things I've been researching over the last near decade. And I hope the Candlekeep will be my savior for knowledge. There are terrible things in this world, Rue. Terrible monstrosities that even I don't know if I can face. But with you and this group by my side, I think I have a better chance, and I think it's brilliant that fate pushed us together in this way.
She kind of grabs onto that necklace that she keeps around her neck and she kind of laughs a little bit and says, "You know, I've been wearing this since you left me there, and it's funny because when I'm afraid or nervous, I still just kind of hold on to it, and even though you're right here, you know, it's funny habits we form over time."
Well, I did tell you that it would keep you safe and help you find me again if you needed me, so... And he just kind of does the little side hug shake again and just sighs. I suppose our paths align and we can keep each other safe now.
I hope you find what you're looking for.
And I hope you do as well. We'll figure out the whole Harpers thing in time. I'm sure of it. And he just...
I should get some shut-eye.
Yeah. He stands up and brushes his robes off and turns to go back to his little sleeping bag and out in the open.
Rhea was just kind of, as you guys were talking, was just kind of there sitting in front of the fire, just staring into it. Just kind of clutching the medallion of Torm in her hands. Is there anything else anyone's going to do tonight?
Nah,
Just
just sleeping with my face in the crackers.
Set up for watches, I guess.
All right, so you're gonna need, if you guys want to set up for watch, you will need 3 watches. One for the start of the night, middle of the night, and then the end of the night.
I will take
Who
first watch.
would like to? You'd like to take first watch. All right, Kleeck, I'm assuming is also taking watch.
Yeah, I can take first watch, yeah.
Okay.
I can take a watch as well, I guess.
I'll
Yep.
take one
Pretty,
too.
pretty rested.
Second or third?
Second.
Second. Nor. Third. Then?
Yep, that's fine.
Then can I get perception checks? You already sent me yours, Kleeck, so I'm good.
14.
14. Okay.
Oh no, perception.
You guys go and everyone goes to rest.
16.
And
Thank God. That's
oh,
not
hold on,
a
let me get.
7.
I'll get to it. Your first watch goes without incident. It's a quiet night, clear sky. The stars are easily seen. No problems.
No purple.
You don't see anything.
Purple?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. Second watch.
I got a 16.
16.
Yeah.
Okay. Watch goes without incident. It's a pretty quiet night. You can see some clouds rolling in the distance a little bit now, coming your way. You'll be carrying some rain. Third watch.
It's gonna
Noah?
be a what is it? 12.
12. Okay. Gonna sit there.
Is Rhea up at this point or no?
She is at this point. I would have gone to sleep.
Okay.
You can check to like you assume she's asleep. You can check if she is if you want.
Sure. Perception check or
She just
is
has.
that-
She just has a sip. You can just go up and just check. She's sleeping in a standard sleeping bag, just off to the side, on her own.
Okay, I'm not gonna disturb her. So
Okay. She's kind of turned. She's got her back turned towards you, so you can't really tell.
okay.
Seemingly, your night also goes without incident, as you can just see the sun begin to just peek out over the horizon now. Those clouds having rolled in a little bit closer, and coming. They're looking kind of gray and dark. All right. Everyone wakes up. You all get your long rest. Anyone who had exhaustion is now cleared.
Is me.
And you also level up.
Yeah!
Yay!
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
Level 20.
Tomb of
Already?
Annihilation starts.
Oh my god, I'm gonna roll HP, and this time I'm gonna roll really good. What's my D8?
Where every time I do HP, I've forgotten how to do HP.
Yes,
All
I
I-
noticed.
Oh, I forgot
all you have to
too.
do is go
I
to
forget every
manage.
time.
go to manage HP.
Got it.
Now just roll your hit die, which is for the monk 1d6, right?
8.
It says 5. It says 5 rolls.
That's your total hit dice, but you're just rolling 1 hit die. So your hit die is 1d8.
Okay.
So just roll 1d8.
And then add that number to the field that says rolled HP.
Yep.
Got
So whatever the result is, so if it's like a 5 or an 8, a 2, or whatever, re-roll ones. You're not allowed to take a 1. And then just add it to rolled HP. And the same with you, Nor, I believe, as a druid. Is it D8 or D6?
It says hit dice for druid is 4d8, but
so you'd roll a 1d8. You roll 1d8.
Yeah, 1d8. Do I click the level up button first and then do that?
No. Well, you can increase your level by 1 if you're whatever class you're
It's in the
increasing.
little drop down.
In the little drop down, you can do that, and then
should be 5 at this point.
Yes.
Yep.
I imagine.
Yes, everyone should be level 5 now.
I rolled
do
a
that.
fucking 3.
Hey, I rolled a 2.
Little
Hooray.
baby.
Man, I'm so sad.
What's your total health, Gasz?
I don't want to know
Come on,
myself.
what is it?
It's like
It's 27. It is.
Okay.
You
I'm so sorry, you squishy baby.
know. Well, I get uncanny dodge now. It's not that bad.
Okay, that's not as bad. I'm just surprised I'm a level 5 sorcerer with nearly 40 HP.
God
If it's
damn.
any...
So I roll. Go ahead. Sorry.
I also only rolled a 2, so don't be too sad about it.
So I roll
Well,
a
you
d8
have
and add it
still
to
more than
my
double
rolled
HP.
HP.
Yes.
So I rolled an 8.
Oh, great.
Excellent.
So add 8
I
to
hate
your running
you.
sum.
So add 8
Man,
to your running sum.
Get
That's gonna
fucking
be
8.
good.
Fucking hell.
I'm so sorry.
I'll get myself some like gauntlets of like constitution, some shit.
Dang, my
I mean-
HP's 41 now.
Damn. Bulky. We're the bulky casters. Hell yeah. I have 37.
Got lucky.
Yeah. Great.
All right. Does anyone need a little bit more time to do anything and level up?
I just have to choose my spell.
Right.
I'm good.
What's up?
My HP is not actually updating correctly in D&D Beyond.
Oh dear.
Sometimes it's
mean?
weird when it comes to refreshing. It could be like on a different browser
My-
window. It's okay.
Oh, wait, no, there we go, got it.
Yeah.
Never mind. It just took a bit.
Yeah.
I am good.
Cool.
For some reason that happens sometimes.
Excellent.
I got 27 HP.
Yay.
Sorry, I stole
So-
some of your HP.
Who has more than double the HP that I have?
Hello.
Who has more than 54?
I have 55.
God.
Makes sense.
Yeah, barbarian D12 is their
Yeah.
hit die, so.
I'm gonna take some barbarian classes next.
But it
Let's
doesn't
stop being
matter
a
if
rogue.
you're rolling a
Barbarian rogue.
If you still roll a 2.
It doesn't matter if you're rolling a 2, yeah, when you're having a D12.
Well,
It's true.
yeah.
Alright.
Now I have to sit here and ponder more.
All right, is everyone done, or do you still need
I'm
a little
good.
time?
I think I have to do anything else, so I should be good.
You might also need to pick spells
Yeah,
as well.
you might need some new spells to
right.
pick.
I'm checking.
Oh, wow, right. Level 5 is proficiency bonus
Oh,
increase.
yes.
I love
Yeah.
it.
I have second level spells now?
Proficiency
oh, God,
bonus,
oh,
and for all martial classes, you get to attack twice now.
Yeah, second attack
Oh,
for
shit.
which means
Oh
the
my
rogue can
God.
hit 4 times in a turn with flurry of blows.
Ah! That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
Wait, can she?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you get
Pow, pow, pow.
two main attacks and then your bonus action flurry of blows.
Oh, I thought you meant like she gets 4 attacks in
No,
flurry of
no,
blows
no,
and stuff.
no,
I was like,
that's
have
per
I been
turn.
playing my monk wrong?
I would've
And I
freaked
got
out
third
too.
What?
level spells now.
Oh my god, I have so many spells.
Yeah, I believe you have access to third level spells now.
I
Yeah.
do.
Oh
So
God.
That's the
Oh.
third level is when you like level 5 is like the big power spike.
Yep.
When every class hits level 5, all of a sudden they just like all go like, wow, I can do so much more all of a sudden.
Yep.
Well, for me, it's just I can hit twice. So.
I mean, that's a big deal for a martial class. Especially for you.
Extremely
You can hit twice with reckless attack and using Great Weapon Master.
Yeah.
The downside of me, like, this is partially divine. I suddenly have all these spells and I don't know what they do. I have to pick quickly. No.
You do.
No, you don't worry about it. I'm not gonna like.
Yeah, I'm gonna decide later.
I forgot to mention this, that you guys are gonna level up this session probably. But
What? I can do water walk. I can turn into Jesus. Excellent.
What?
Oh my god! All right. I'm excited.
Man, I can't wait for all that water in the hellscape that is Avernus.
Yeah, all that water that we're gonna be walking on.
I need fire walk. Is what I need.
I actually think it allows you to walk on any liquid.
I think you still do get burned by lava, though.
You will still, I think, yeah, from proximity.
It doesn't stop the liquid from doing things to you.
Ouch, 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 ouch.
Okay, I have chosen my spells.
Cool. Is one of them counterspell?
No.
I would really like to fight something now.
I can choose counterspell. I can either choose a damage spell or counterspell, and I'm so torn.
I want to wake up before everybody else and start training in the middle of the field.
Yeah, easy enough. You wake up early, like other than the people that were on watch.
Nor.
Yep. Then you wake up early.
I
And...
just still don't make eye contact with Kleeck.
He's actually already up and moving and starting to get his viol out. So
I love that we have
Bright and
morning
early.
music. It's wonderful.
So I guess gets up, wipes the bits of tag and crumbs from his face. And he's just sitting around, kind of not really knowing what to do.
I will probably sharpen my axe at this point.
Get up, pack
As
my
you could come do
things.
some crunches or some push-ups with me.
Oh god, are you exercising?
Of course she is. She does every morning.
It's so early. I'm not doing push-ups this early in the morning.
Are you
So
doing
I'm
push-ups?
already up from like my watch.
Yeah, because you were up for you slept for 8 hours, then you were up for like 4 hours or however. I forgot how it's like split up exactly, but yeah, you're up for a bit.
Okay.
I think technically a long rest takes like 12 hours because everyone needs an 8-hour rest,
Yeah.
and then people have 4-hour watches.
I'll just like. Can I approach Rue and say like I need to get moving so I can stay awake like after this watch. May I join you?
She looks at him and she goes, "Oh, absolutely. I don't
Alright.
often get anyone to join me doing this lately, so yeah. Did you want to just like do my
Staff
routine?"
sparring.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
Ooh, I don't know if you want to go against the monk with that. That might sting.
We could absolutely spar if that's what you're into.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh god.
Yeah. How do we do that, Crucible? What do we?
I mean, you don't need to do anything. You guys could just spar. It's like flavor. It's
You're
up
not
to
actually
you.
trying to beat the shit.
You
out of
actually
each
want to
other.
like roll at each other. To...
I want some stats involved
Oh
in this.
god.
I want to test the metal of my silvered staff.
Then that is up to you. Then you guys can choose to do it as you please.
Okay. Let's fight.
Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
Please don't deal
Sorry,
damage to each other. We just started the day.
Maybe we shouldn't, but maybe we probably should.
That's up to you.
Okay, she's gonna start just going through her routines of just like crunches and push-ups and all that sort of thing. And then she takes out her staff and she starts doing just like some routine sort of like sweeping motions and whatnot in the middle of the field, and kind of looks at Nor holding his stick to see what he does.
Suppose I'll follow along with see what kind of routines that like Rue does with her staff, and also I suppose contribute my own little routine that I do.
Rue kind of smirks a little bit and she takes a step forward and sort of sweeps uncomfortably close to him a little bit. Just kind of
Yeah.
just kind of like makes his little like skirt like fly up in the air a little bit.
Let's see. What's Nor gonna do? Probably gonna leap away a bit at that, but I look a little surprised, but smirk and say something like, "You used to sparring routines as well?"
Yeah, we definitely sparred every day back at the monastery. It's just kind of a part of life. What about you?
Here and there, I've learned from several druid masters in my travels. I wouldn't say that I'm a master like my teachers, but I have learned from some of the best to some degree.
You definitely seem to work a lot more magic into your fighting style than straight up, technique with the staff.
Nor like grips his staff at that and says, "Yes, it's more my style. I learn from these masters more for the sake of necessity rather than something I desired to do.
What do you mean necessity?
If things have to come to blows up close.
Ah,
Otherwise, yes, it's all about magic over here."
no, seriously though, Crucible, if we were to like spar, could we do it with stats? Like, could we actually fight?
Yeah, I
fight?
mean, that's up to you. You guys
rolling against each other.
You guys choose how you guys want to spar. If you guys want to fight, actually fight each other, feel free.
Okay.
If that's
Well,
what you
okay.
want to do.
Rue's gonna look at it and say, well, any interest in sparring?
It's been some time since I've done it, but this is as good a reason as any to brush up on my skills. He takes up a stance, holding the staff with both hands, and gets into a ready stance.
I will say, to just expedite the process, it'll just be whoever lands 3 hits first.
That's perfect. I was gonna say something similar.
And
Sounds
you're
good.
not going to actually be taking damage.
Yeah,
Okay.
all non-lethal. Yeah.
It's just going to be no damage taken, so I don't want you guys to lose life after just having a long rest.
Short rest or long rest. Rue immediately deals 40 damage.
So, we'll also say it's going to be we'll say two. I don't believe druids actually get to attack twice, do they?
Nope.
Nope. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, yeah, you can make. It'll just be your basic attack, so no like flurry of blows or anything like that. Just attack twice. That's it.
So she gets
Okay.
her 2 attacks and a bonus action punch.
Shall we
We'll just-
roll for
We'll just say the
initiative?
2 attacks.
It's completely beating the shit out of the team about.
I'll give because Nor does it mostly with magic. I'm gonna say you can use like Shillelagh, and I'll let you like roll in this case with advantage. So she's attacking twice, but you're rolling your attacks with advantage.
Okay. Shall we roll for initiative?
Who's got the higher dex?
Who's got the higher dexterity?
I
Pretty sure
have
you do.
It does.
I have
Yeah.
8.
So I'll
Yeah.
say you go first.
Yeah.
Make your first attack.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna come at him with my quarterstaff. Right out the gate. 21. Does that hit?
Oh yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yeah.
All right.
Second attack.
Oh, I'm just hitting. We're not
You
doing
get
the
2
damage.
attacks.
No, we're not doing any sort of damage now.
Okay. Well, just for the record, I did roll an 8.
Okay.
Great.
Oh shit. 19 plus
Yes.
7, 26, and bonus action. So
No,
just
no,
unarmed strike.
Just your
Just
2
two
staff
attacks.
attacks.
Just 2
Okay.
stab attacks. That's it.
All right, so I hit twice.
All right, Nor. So you get to roll with advantage.
Okay. So.
I'll say if anyone gets a natural 20, it counts as 2 hits.
Okay.
Okay. So I guess I'll do it with Shillelagh.
Roll at advantage.
Oh, it's a natural 20.
No way. No way.
Plus
That's
6,
good.
so because of Shillelagh, so
Oh, yeah, it hits. Yeah, that's
26 it hits. And it's say.
Wow.
So we'll count that as two. We'll count that as 2 hits.
2 to 2.
Wow,
Okay.
so
Maybe we'll
we're
put this
2
to
for
5.
2.
We're gonna put this to 5. We'll say whoever hits first 5.
Okay.
Otherwise, this will be too short. All right, now you go.
Alright.
2 attacks.
16? That probably doesn't hit, does it?
Mine is it's exactly 16. So.
So
Oh, then it does.
Hit.
Shit,
Yeah.
okay, yep.
Second attack.
And...
You see the quarterstaffs clashing as they block each other and swing. They're both definitely avoiding each other.
The second one does not hit.
Great.
You're using up all your net 20s for yourself instead for the enemies.
Alright, Nor?
Alright, let's see.
Uh,
16?
Nope.
Oh man.
That's with advantage?
What would advantage be?
Just rolling
It's just
twice.
you roll twice, take the higher result.
Oh, roll twice. Okay. Let's see if what happens if I roll twice. Yeah, definitely not. That's 10.
Ah.
Question is, like, your little sparring, like, close to the camp?
Yeah, you guys can probably see and hear all of this.
It's probably
So-
right, like, next to the camp.
Yeah. So Gasz is pretty alarmed by that, and it's just, like, desperately looking around at Theraden and Kleeck and being like, why are they fighting?
They're just spotting. It's just fake fighting. They're not really fighting.
It's like stretching in the morning. It's a bit of a
It's a
warm up.
warm-up.
And Kleeck will start playing something more fitting for battle.
Make a performance check.
I
Another
have
performance check, oh God.
just play Fight Club from Assassin's Creed 3.
Yes.
Where'd my D20 go? Oh no,
ate it.
I have to grab a different one. Wait, there it is. That's a 21.
Ooh.
This guy.
21. Very good. Yeah, it's some upbeat, some kind of like, fighting music, something that kind of gets you moving. Is playing.
I just
for anyone-
imagine like the sun rising like on the horizon behind them two, like as they fight.
I'll send out my dancing lights and I'll color one blue, one red, and one green, and just have them like circle around them.
Ooh, fun.
Gasz really doesn't get why everybody is so excited about this. He's just worried looking at it.
Theraden just looks like a conductor off to the side, moving his hands around
But-
with the.
Fisk is just kind of like lazily sitting there, kind of in a, kind of in just like a lying on a side pose, looking
Maybe like
over
one
and
of
just
your
kind of
Frenchmen.
smiling as he's, yeah, like the Frenchman, yeah. Just
Basically
drink-
like Jeff Goldblum.
yeah, Jeff Goldblum just drinking some tea. That's kind of honestly how I picture him. He's just
Hell
totally
yeah.
just Jeff Goldblum.
We have Jeff Goldblum in our party. Hell yeah.
No.
Yes. Dinosaurs. Yes.
And Rhea, who's also kind of just gets up in the morning, is putting back on her armor and her gear. And, she also she sees the two sparring, and then she kind of anyone who notices, she just kind of smiles and also kind of just draws her sword and cleans it, makes sure everything's good, prepares herself for the day. All right, I think you're 3 and 2.
Guess that's Rue's turn.
Oh, I have 4 and 3.
No,
You missed one last
you
time,
missed
didn't
one, so it's 3 and 2.
Yeah, I thought it's
Yeah, it's 3 to 2.
Oh,
You just need 2 more hits.
Come on,
all right.
give us the stack rolls.
13. That doesn't do it.
Nope.
Second
Okay.
attack.
9. Wow, that looked like it was an 18, but apparently it's a 9. So I
9.
guess I don't hit.
All right, Nor.
Nor's
She
got some
swings
fancy
swings
footwork.
twice, and yeah, she swings. You kind of just move to one side and move to the other. And you get a chance to counterattack. So roll with advantage.
Nor looks clearly winded, and he like wipes his brow with the back of his hand, and says, "I told you I'm good at defense."
Give her the
You
big
can move
smack.
pretty well, that's for sure. And she just kind of keeps going on the defenses, ready for that next hit.
14, so that does not hit.
That's with advantage.
Advantage would be what again?
Rolling
Forgot.
two d20s.
Roll,
Oh, yeah,
roll
yeah,
two,
sorry.
roll 2, and then take the higher.
Yeah,
of the
I
two
was
you
I was
roll.
just about to do that.
Okay.
19.
That hits.
Hey, 3
Okay.
3.
3 and 3. All right. He comes back after dodging your 2 attacks and kind of gives you a good jab right to the stomach. And 2 more for you.
Get him, Rue!
Oh, motherfucker! That's the second time it was like 18. No, it's a 2. Whoops.
And second attack.
It's like Nora's like right there, and at the last second he just like swerves right out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
And 16.
That hits.
Yeah.
All right. 4 and
3.
4 and 3.
Oh my goodness.
All right, Nor. See if he ties it up.
Okay. $18.
That hits.
Yeah.
Tied 4-4. All
Oh,
right,
man.
Rue. Can you pull it in?
Ah, 25.
Oh yes,
there it
that
is.
hits.
So how do you finish off this sparring match?
How do I
How do you
want
want
to
to do this?
All right, so with my last sweep, I kind of fake him out a little bit, and instead of going for like his midsection, I just kind of sweep him right under the legs and have him trip and fall down,
All
and then do a
right.
little twirl and calmly place my staff back on the ground.
Theraden just claps.
I reach down with my hand and say, "Good fight, Nora. You almost had me there."
Nora gets to one knee and makes like a respectful bow, like while he's down, and then says, "I knew you could do it," and takes her hand.
He just kind of laughs and helps him up, and then
Almost had you though.
I was like, "Yeah, you sure did." And she kind of like hits her shoulder into him slightly and just says, "Come on, let's go get some food."
Theraden is already on the cart, just waiting. Sitting in the back.
All right.
For the record, I would like to unattune to this shield now.
Okay, we'll say hey, yeah, you should have said it overnight. Well, it's fine. We'll do it now. We'll do it now. So, you kind of take the shield. You want to like put it away and pack it back up.
Cover it with a cloth or something.
Yeah,
Because
and
this
then
thing's.
and then the voice creeps into your head.
No. You must take me with you.
I don't necessarily want to answer. Did it unattune?
Dude.
Can I tell?
I'm gonna have to make you make a wisdom saving throw for
Oh
me.
boy.
I can do that. That's pretty good. That's a 19.
19. Okay. Are you just not answering it at all? Are you
I'm
not
just
saying
not
anything?
answering him at all. I'm not
Okay.
interested in talking to him right now.
You will need me. Your journey is long.
Still don't answer?
Still not answering. Not interested.
Man,
Okay.
this guy.
Wow.
All right. You successfully unattuned to the shield.
Oh, thank God.
You want to toss that back here with me? You're arguing with yourself up there.
I'm gonna hold on to it for now. Thank you, though.
All right. Let me know if it's too spooky for you.
I think I can manage. And he'll go ahead and if he's driving again, he'll get back up in the
Yes,
seat.
please.
All right. Onwards and forwards. The start of the day is fairly nice. Sunny, but those rolling clouds you saw coming in are starting to cover the sky, and the sky grows darker and darker. Until a light rain starts. And then it starts to rain a little harder.
Put my glasses in a coat pocket and pull my hood up.
And then it starts to pour and pour, and you're all drenched in the rain, as it's just a dark, gloomy day. As you progress,
Gasz is pulling his hood up.
Boy, I love a good shower.
I haven't showered in a while, that's true.
Do we have any, like, the cart, does it have, like, buckets or anything I could use to catch some rainwater in?
Sure, yeah, it has a bucket.
Okay. I'm just gonna make sure that that's set out so we can collect as much rainwater as we can with it.
Sure, no problem at all. Can I get a party-wide perception check for me for the
Yeah.
travel ahead?
Since it's so overcast right now, is it considered with disadvantage due to sunlight sensitivity?
No, you're good. There's no because the sun is technically not shining through the clouds. There's no, you're good. No issues.
I rolled a 17.
17.
11.
15.
23.
23.
This suit of armor sucks and it's raining. How about a 3?
Oh, oh no.
Yeah.
Got it.
Middle of the road, 13.
All right. Gasz.
Me?
As everyone's kind of, you know, a little miserable or wet. It's not, luckily not cold because it's not like terribly cold out, but there's a little bit of a chill. You're kind of the only one still kind of looking around this wide open space, very alien to you. You used to being in nothing but cities and tight places. Something catches your eye in the sky. A large shadow going across a cloud. You thought for a second that it might just be imagination, but you could swear you saw the shadow of large wings.
Is it going past? Is it circling us?
It's kind of like going diagonally across, kind of coming from behind you and off your left shoulder, and going in front of you and kind of disappearing off to the right. As you see it go over top, as you see this shadow kind of move ever so subtly across the clouds and then kind of vanish from sight as you lose track of it.
I'm gonna go to the driver's seat. I think Theraden is sitting there and Kleeck.
Mm-hmm.
And just pointing it out, being like, there's a large shadow of something flying overhead. I don't think it's a bird. It looks pretty big. And I pointed the direction, hoping that you maybe see it.
He points it out, and you do catch notice of it, but it's distant. It's very high in the sky, and it's behind cloud cover. It's hard to make out what it is, but you do see that it's something that looks like something that could be flying, but you have no idea what it is.
You can't tell like the wing profile at all.
It's too rough. Between the clouds and the distance, it's hard to make out.
Okay.
We should be fine as long as we don't grab its attention. It doesn't seem to care about us.
Hopefully, whatever it is, if it comes back in for another.
It's moving
pass-
quickly, and it didn't seem to stop.
Okay.
So,
Noted.
Is it going in our traveling direction?
roughly.
Kind of the direction the Candlekeep would be.
Make a survival check.
Uh, 19.
19? Yeah, more or less in that direction.
Very interesting. Well, hopefully it doesn't turn around whatever it is. And hopefully we don't run into it.
Anyway.
Oh no! Anyway. Yep, just going to note that in my head for later.
I'm gonna stay on the lookout. Maybe it comes back.
And maybe we have to fight.
All right. The rest of the day goes without much incident. Other than just being drenched in rain. Eventually, as the starts to grow darker and the light begins to wane a bit, you pull off to the side and find, actually go ahead and make, everyone make either perception or survival, your choice. So see if you can find what kind of a shelter you guys can find.
16 survival.
Okay.
20 perception.
Okay.
Just 11 survival.
11.
4 survival.
Okay.
Natural 1 survival.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
17 perception.
All right. A few of you spot out after coming around sort of slight, some more larger hills here. A small, slight sheer cliff, which kind of goes inward towards the hill and makes sort of a natural little overhang. And you can see that would be a good, seems to be at least a dry spot where to make camp.
And we do.
Perfect. And
Alright.
we do.
Who's doing watches?
I'll take one tonight since I didn't do one last night.
I'll do first watch again.
Before the watches starts,
Oh no.
as everyone's making camp,
Oh boy.
Rhea starts a fire, gets one going. The nice, decent sized one this time to help warm everyone up and dry some clothes. As everyone's belongings are at this point likely soaked through.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, did we find like some sort of cover from the rain?
Yes, so there was a bit of a sheer cliff that came inwards towards the hill,
sorry.
and it made sort of like a natural overhang, which allowed you to find
Cool.
some cover from the rain.
I had a little moment of not paying attention, sorry.
No problem. So, as everyone kind of like settles in and starts to warm up by the fire, and anyone drying, people drying their clothes. Did you take them off?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Theraden's-
Thereden's down to
I
like
will-
a shirt
I
and
can
trousers.
I can actually help. Can I help with that? With
Shape water.
Yes, I do. I have shape water. I have destroy water. Which one should I use?
I would say either or could be used to in
Hell
order
yeah.
to like you can use shape water to like pull the moisture out of like the
Yeah.
clothing,
Yes.
or
I'll do
destroy
that
water
because
to
it's
just
a cantrip.
evaporate it instantly.
Yeah, I'll do
Alright.
the shape water. So yeah, Nor is like working like with his like staff, like pointing it at clothes as people line up and like the water like gathers into like a undulating like sphere. He will move the staff and like toss it away like into where it's raining outside
Heck
with
yes.
each one.
Cool.
Don't have to strip
like,
down
"Next!"
to get dry.
So, as Gasz is approaching you, and he took off his cloak, and this is basically also the first time that everybody sees him without the cloak. And if someone looks at his back, for one thing, you see like a bunch of the tools he's using and seemingly pulling out of nowhere all the time. They're all sort of like strapped to like satchels and
Harness of some sort.
yeah, like some sort of harness
That's cool.
around his back. That it's like right between the shoulder blades. There's like a little pouch for his daggers, and his daggers have like the little ring on the tip, so he can pull them out with his tail.
Cool.
And yeah, you suddenly see like a bunch of his equipment that is on his back, and you also see, for the first time, you see
Well, there's
around his shoulders, like where the shoulder blades are. I'm gonna post it in party chat actually. The picture. You see this massive, really hideous-looking scars that kind of like they're like openings in his leather armor to give them room, and they're sort of like there's sort of like how to say that there's sort of like it looks like there was like a pair of limbs there that is still sticking out, so there's like a good bit of like
Stumps.
stumps protruding out of the holes on his clothes, and it's just looks absolutely hideous
Theraden
and
is gonna
terrifying.
laser lock eyes on that.
Me as a fellow kobold, would I know what probably that there used to be wings?
up
Make
to
an
you, I guess.
make an intelligence check.
Oh,
Actually, no,
God.
I'll say history, which is intelligence in the end. So
I mean, shouldn't I be okay? I'm just.
I get the
that-
feeling he's not a normal kobold.
Yeah, but shouldn't I be familiar with? I don't know.
well, like in the meta game, this would be incredibly rare.
Extremely.
So to the point where most kobolds would not even have heard of it.
So what history?
Just history.
Oh God, it's a 5. So
You have no idea.
but I would still approach Gasz and what the hell? What happened to you? What is this?
Gus is turning around, still holding his cloak up to Nor for him to dry it, and he's just looking at you, confused, and meaning, "What do you mean?"
Well, you know what I mean. What's with the scars?
Oh, suddenly Gus' ears drop as you mention them, and just looks at you and is just like, "Oh, I'm sorry if they are offending you. I can cover them up again.
No, it's not that. It's not offending me. I just want to know who did this to you? What happened?
It is." He looks at you and it seems like he has a pretty hard time finding the right words to say. Maybe even looking a little ashamed at this point, and eventually it's just like, I used to have wings, but that was a long time ago. It is it is a very sad story. I don't know if you want to hear it.
Well,
Usually-
as a
Sorry.
matter of fact, actually, yeah. Tell me all about it. I never heard about kobolds with wings. None of my clan has that. So I'm a bit surprised about that.
As Nor is like moving the water like away, he's like giving a side glance to Theraden, like with an asking expression, sort of giving the impression of like, do you know what's going on? Like he's not saying it, but he's trying to communicate it with his eyes.
Have I heard of kobolds that have wings before?
Anyone can go ahead and make a history check.
I suppose I'll make one too. I'm
Everybody
wondering.
except for the fellow kobolds.
Well,
who
17.
know-
Who are you?
Okay.
17.
I have a -1 in history, but I rolled a natural 20. So what does that
19.
mean?
Excellent.
4.
I
Guess
rolled a
it's-
natural 1 as well.
Nice.
So,
So-
At this point, looking around and seeing probably like a lot of eyes on him, he sort of like takes his cloak back and starts hugging it and feeling sort of like naked at this moment. Everybody's looking at him and he looks pretty uncomfortable.
I would actually stare at the group and. Have you never seen a koa before?
Theraden's gonna come up and kneel down. You are so fascinating.
So, Theraden, you would have heard of this, heard of it before, but it is very rare that, kobolds very loosely have some connection to lineage directly from dragons. And occasionally, very rarely, one is born that's got a little bit more. And sometimes they're born with wings.
When Theraden was getting close and was like, what did you say? You are fascinating.
He is fascinating.
I would actually snip my finger on your forehead when you came down. What are you? He's not a scientific. He's not an object.
No, but he's not you. He's different. There are kobolds
Actually,
with
when-
more dragon blood in them than others. It's extremely
Well,
rare.
when you kneel down and tell him that he is fascinating and kind of look at him like some sort of curiosity, Gasz is immediately shying away and actually getting a bit of like, maybe a bit like defensive, as if he's about to defend himself.
Yeah, that's why I snapped my finger on your forehead.
I'm just ignoring Kibnaak. I just really would like to at some point just... Can I sketch your back at some point in my book?
Why would you want to do that?
Because I write down fascinating things that I've found on my journeys. My guild is always interested in updating bestiaries and creatures of the world in their library.
His ears even drop a little more, and he just looks at you and is just saying, I am a fascinating thing to you.
Not a thing, but you are fascinating. You're not some object, Kaz. We all, He just kind of looks around at the group.
You're all fascinating.
We're all fucking weird.
You're all
very
breathtaking.
Fascinating.
You're all breathtaking.
Kleeck, Nor, Kib, Rue, all of us are... We're so fascinating. It's... I'm sorry.
I think the problem here is that you could come across with a little bit more tact. You're being very direct at the moment.
Theraden just kind of stands up and sweeps his robe behind him and walks out into the rain again. Without saying anything.
Gasz is pulling up his cloak again, covering up his back, hoping that, feeling a bit more comfortable once it's covered up again. He actually doesn't know what to say at this point. He just feels kind of overwhelmed.
Rhea kind of walks up and just goes to pat your shoulder.
He's like moving away from her. He doesn't want to be touched right now.
She kind of just pulls her hand back and just nods. We all have our own stories.
Just looks up at Rhea, giving a very slight nod, and then averting his gaze. It's just saying, I guess you're right. I just wish
Why don't I share one of mine?
I guess looks up, kind of interested.
You wanted to say something, Nor?
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt. You can go ahead.
Okay. Rhea kind of just sits down. She's also, for the most part, got most of her gear off of her as it was being dried. Pretty much just has sort of like a plain sort of white top on, and just her leather breeches. And she kind of sits in front of the fire. As I'm looking for the passage, there we go. It was over a century past that the great troubles for Elturel began. Fiends roamed the lands to the north and west of Elturel. Fields were despoiled, livestock slaughtered, homes razed, and people dragged off to a terrible and unknowable fate. Terror gripped the hearts of all. The city's cavalry rode across the lands, striking down fiends wherever they found them, and in the process suffering fearful losses. But it was never enough. For every fiend they destroyed, it seemed as though two more appeared elsewhere. The ruler of Elturel at the time, the High Rider, asked his people to pray to the gods for aid. And, to theirs and everyone else's astonishment, they answered. A mighty angel entered the city the next day. Her name was Zariel, which I'm told in the celestial tongue means companion of light. The prayers of Elturel had been heard, and help had come. Zariel located the gate through which the fiends were entering the natural world. It was on the fields of the dead, west of the city. Zariel declared that she would lead the cavalry of Elturel into Avernus, destroying the infernal host that was amassing there, and striking a great blow against the forces of darkness. The High Rider sent out the riders of Elturel, now numbering many thousands, who flocked to Zariel's call, with herself at the lead, riding a golden mastodon. With a great cry, Zariel and her army charged through the gate. The legions of Avernus trembled and buckled, but did not crumble, and Zariel was defeated. The remnants of her army returned to Elturel, overcome with grief at the loss of their glorious general, but confident that the lords of the Nine Hells would think twice about threatening Elturel again. There were great celebrations to honor the valiant knights of the cavalry, who from that day became known as Hell Riders. And that is what I am. I, of course, wasn't there for the event, it's a story, but I am one of the Hell Riders of Elturel.
Well, that explains the significance and the suggestion.
To be honest, it was a bit of a spur-of-the-moment thing. I've seen what you're capable of doing, what you've done. You all have good intentions. Some a little bit more than others, but good nonetheless. And I thought it appropriate. Besides, you took one L off.
That's fair.
So there's just something about me in my past. I've been with the Hell Riders since I can remember. Started as squiring for one of the knights and then became one myself. Now I just only wish I had been there to help, if I even could. And if not, then I should have fallen with the city. She kind of looks down again, looks into the fire.
Is that who you think struck back at Elturel?
She kind of looks up. Who do you mean?
Avernus. Whatever was the force they were fighting back then.
Well, if it's true that Elturel's been dragged to the Nine Hells, it's possible it would be Avernus. That is the first layer. And I'm sure there's plenty of fiends there who would love to see the city fall, as it was a beacon of hope. Why it fell, for what purpose, I don't know, but we know that the High Overseer Thavius was at least involved somehow. I just hope we find out for what reason.
Fit the mold.
Well, I'm going to go get some rest. And she kind of just gets up and, warms up a little bit more by the fire, and then goes over to her area where she's got her sleeping set up.
I at this point, I would probably keep an eye on Theraden. That
I'm out. I'm gone. I walked off into the rain.
Going anywhere in
Like-
particular, Mr.
Just-
Rainman?
About 150 feet away.
Okay.
And just kind of stopping and slumping next to a rock or a tree.
All right. No problem.
Gus is sitting sort of like away from the fire, like in the most shady corner that there is, that is not in the rain, and just like he's just shrunken in on himself, just sitting there, kind of giving off the impression that he doesn't want to have anybody around right now.
I would keep a little bit of distance from him in that case.
Also, for anyone's purposes, I am putting that story that she just said in the info channel.
Yes, please.
I'm gonna go trudge off after Theraden. Wherever he went.
He's still within eyesight. You can kind of see him down the path a ways, just by under a tree.
I'll just
I'll be right back. I have to wake up the husband.
Yep.
Okay. I'll just give him a little wave as I walk forwards and read his expression.
He's got
Before I-
his hood up. He's slumped with his knees kind of up against his stomach, looking at his arms and at the crystals around his neck every once in a while, just quietly sitting there and trying to not get as wet, but still getting rained on a little.
I kind of, since we were kind of drying our stuff, I had grabbed my like sash thing that I wear around me, and instead of wearing it, I just kind of like snag it on the branch of the tree that he's sitting there and like stretch it and put the other against my staff so it makes a tiny like umbrella, and just kind of put it over him.
Aw.
And then sit cross-legged in front of him and just say, hey.
Hey.
You kind of bungled it there with the kobold.
I got a little excited.
Yeah. You should probably think about apologizing later.
I will later. I
Well,
get a little ahead of myself sometimes.
yeah. It's funny, you know. I don't. I don't remember you getting that excited. You know, in the past, when we saw weird stuff. This is like particularly unusual.
It's extremely rare. I'm used to weird. Rare is different. And he just kind of pulls out the one book that isn't his spell book, that's just kind of his personal book. And with the cover, hopefully, of your sash umbrella, kind of just starts sketching quietly on a page.
It's like from memory.
Yeah. One of my jobs is to seek out rarities and oddities in this world. Evil, good, regardless. So, when I get a chance to actually see something like that, sometimes I get swept up in the moment. But Kleeck's right, I'm not good at tact.
Yeah, there's a person behind those scales. Just remember that next time.
You know me and people. Don't really deal with them much.
Yeah.
I'll be fine though. I'll be fine. I won't do that again.
All right. She kind of gets up and she saunters over, and she's just gonna kind of do little campy things, grab some, you know, as much dry wood as she can find or whatever, and just kind of do some chores and whatnot. Hey, and Kleeck's back.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Theraden's just gonna sit under that tree for a while, probably.
While they have been doing this, I want to try something during that time frame.
Sure.
Nora's looking over at Gasz in his corner. He can tell that he doesn't want to be bothered, but he slowly approaches at a respectable distance from behind and says gently, Gasz, is it alright if I show you something?
Gasz looks up at you and hesitates, but then gives a nod and
Nor
says,
quiet. Oh, sorry.
no, it's just saying, yes, Master Nor. What is it?
Nor nods, didn't say anything. He looks around we're in a cave, right? A little.
It's not really a cave. It's more like just an overhang of a cliff over top of you.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So kind of looks around this overhang to see what everybody's doing. And I suppose they're just, off doing their own stuff for the most part. So Nor leans down to Gaz's side and pauses for a moment before raising his hands and undoing the bandana around his forehead. And when it falls away, you see two stumps where horns should be that are, for the most part, neatly filed down. And then Nor says, I understand why you do what you do. Privacy, hiding scars that we have that we don't want others to see, don't want others to, or we don't want to think about. I get it. It's not often that I want to think about, and then he points to his horns, what's right here. Not too much I can do about it. And he puts a hand on Gaz's shoulder and he says, I'm sorry that happened, but I would like you to know that I don't think Master Omen Seeker meant any ill will in what he did. He's a what would you say?
He's a good man.
He's a good man. He means well. He is a man of the book and studying. He wishes to share all of the important and useful things that he discovers in this world. He could have been more tactful in his approach, but I just want to let you know that he did not mean to treat you as an object. I'm sure he holds you in far higher esteem. We all do.
I guess it's silent for a moment, thinking about it. And then eventually he replies, I just don't want people to think of me as a curiosity. I don't want to be one. I just want to be me. That is all.
I understand that feeling.
I don't want people looking.
That's why I hide these stumps on my head. Otherwise I would get strange looks all the time. It's very uncomfortable. I'm sure you know.
I know. What did happen to your horns? If you're okay with me asking.
Nora's eyes kind of glass over a bit, at the question. He wasn't prepared to go that far very obviously strikes a deep like memory, like something that not necessarily like a nerve in terms of like anger, but just a very emotional nerve, and kind of clears his throat and says, well, maybe the whole story is for another time, but it's not a memory that I like to dwell on, as I'm sure you feel the same way.
I can relate to that.
Maybe we can share our stories together when the time is right.
If you want to hear my story, it is not a very happy story. There are no heroes. There's no laughter. It's just my story.
We are kindred spirits with our stories with regard to the scars that remain.
He gives a nod. He does sort of seem a bit more comfortable than he was just a moment ago. So your words totally resonated with him.
I wouldn't pressure you to share your story, of course, but if you ever want or need to talk about it, then I am here, and I am willing to share my story in turn, because I wish to reciprocate and respect your vulnerability.
I will. Thank you, Master Nor.
Nor nods again, and he bows his head as he puts the bandana back up over his stumps on his forehead and ties it in place. Kind of gives Gasz a little tap with his hand that's still been on his shoulder, and leaves him in peace.
He actually gets up and follows you and would be moving back to the fire and closer to it. And sitting down there.
So I suppose, yeah, I would probably sit next to the fire too.
Okay. Is anyone else doing anything?
I was just pretty much. We are not. It's grass, right? It's not sandy or anything.
In this, in this particular area, it'll be just like a mix of grass and like gravelly rock.
I would just carve some signs into the ground with my sword out of boredom and not really what to do with myself.
Okay. All right, then. Can I get an evening watch for the night?
Yeah, I can take the first watch.
Guess we'll take another watch.
Okay, so Rue for the first, Gasz for the second.
I can do the third, sitting 150 feet away from the spot.
Sure. All right. I'm gonna get the first. Can I get the roll for night for the first part of night?
17.
17. Okay.
Oh wow, that's a natural one. Well, it's a 9 in total.
Okay. Rue, your evening is quiet. There's not much that occurs. The rain has stopped, luckily, but now there's like a chill breeze coming through this little sort of area, and with the way the cliff is, it's kind of cold, and you kind of stay close to the fire. But other than that, it's quiet as you look out. Next watch.
Yeah, it was my natural one, I
There's
suppose.
9 for total.
Yep. It is.
Similarly, though you were distracted with, your own thoughts, you stared either out into the dark and into the fire or wherever your gaze might lie. Luckily, nothing seems to bother your group, as you're also fine. And the final watch.
15.
15. You're sat under your tree, just awake as you regard the part as you look around. It's dark, as you're not near the fire. You're cold, a little wet again from sitting on the ground here, where it wasn't dry, but nothing serious. You can just start to see the sky starting to lighten just a bit. Then you look over towards your group, huddled underneath the side of the cliff. The dark shadow casts over most of the camp, other than just a small little bit of firelight. A pair of purple eyes stare back at you in the dark by your party's camp.
Immediately stand up, and I just start power walking.
Kleeck,
Mm-hmm.
you notice him power walking immediately towards the camp.
I'm immediately prepping a
As he-
spell.
Okay.
Quick's already starting to stand up.
You look around, Kleeck, but you don't see anything. Theraden, you see those eyes as they kind of just float aimlessly in the darkness, sort of in the shadow of the cliff.
Stare for a moment, then fire.
And then they almost give you a look. There's no mouth or expression, but those eyes, they almost like give you that look of amusement. And then just as the light sort of comes over the hills and illuminates the cliff face, they vanish with the shadow. Kleeck, you see Theraden seeming incredibly distraught and having a spell ready to cast
He's got fire
towards the
spinning
camp.
around his hands.
You don't know why.
Are you
And-
doing all right? Most everyone else is fast asleep.
I just saw something.
Something.
You didn't see them.
I've been keeping watch all night. I didn't see anything. Are you sure you're okay?
I'm fine. Just shakes his hand off and the
Actually-
fire kind of dissipates.
Kleeck, do me a favor. Make a religion check.
Oh boy!
Oh boy!
Oh boy.
Oh boy!
Straight down the middle, 10.
Nice.
10. Okay. You didn't see anything in the moment, but your alertness kind of with Theraden's actions, you started looking around, but your divine nature, something about it, something felt wrong for a moment. But you can't really place what. Something was there.
How about this, Theraden? If whatever you feel like you saw appears again, give a whistle first, rather than your best half jog. so
I'm
I can help you a little quicker.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were. I should have assumed you were still up, but.
It's fine. Most people assume that I'm a heavy sleeper.
He's just staring where those eyes were, just really kind of shook.
Nothing but the light as it kind of comes over the hill and, illuminates your camp. And that is where we're going to end off tonight's session.
Cool. That was my owlbear.
Poor baby.
We saved
out
an
running.
owlbear.
I have to run immediately again because I gotta make sure Goo's getting up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, well.
You did pretty good, Crucible, for being super tired.
Once I'm going, I'm okay, but
It's the getting started.
yeah, I feel awful.
Now it's time for nap.
Nap time.
No, I can't
Nap
nap. 'Cause if
time.
I nap now, I won't be able to sleep when I work at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, can't
You.
nap. No nappy.
Well, thank you everyone on Twitch for hanging out for 4 hours there. Really
for
appreciate it a lot.
watching.
We'll see you guys potentially. The next soonest would be 2 weeks from yesterday.
Yeah,
Maybe.
there's nothing this weekend.
Nothing next
unfortunately. There's
weekend.
Next weekend.
Sadness.
But thank you guys for hanging out.
Sadness.
We'll see you in the soon time. Bye bye.
This soon time. Bye.